Okay, we'll ask that all rise, please, and we'll have the mayor call the meeting to order, and then please stay standing for our national anthem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and thank you to everybody for our meeting today of Tuesday, October the 27th. So as usual, we start off with the singing of O Canada, and of course with COVID, we have to have everything pre-recorded. So I ask everyone to stand up as we listen to Olivia McCloy as she sings. I'm just going to give you a little background on Olivia. Olivia is 13 years old. She's in grade 8 at John Marshall Public School. She's a member of the teen choir at Stamford United Church. Her interests include baseball, baking, reading, youth group, hanging out with friends, and of course, singing. So we'd like to thank Olivia for today's performance of O Canada, and we ask everybody to enjoy. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Clerk. Great job, Olivia, and thank you, everyone. And everybody in TV land who stood up, too. Okay, Council, looking at the agenda, the first order of business is the adoption of the minutes from the October 6th meeting. Motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange. If there's no changes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you. We're now to disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Councillor Kerrio, and then Pietrangelo, and then Lococo.
Communications, Your Worship. 10.6, there's a letter from the Hotel Association talking about relief. You know, I participated in discussions about relief when it was for the entire city. This one is particular to our industry, so I'm going to declare a conflict.
Okay, thank you for that. Declare noted. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Checks 0030700.
Mic on. Thank you.
007-008 00308-0007 pertaining to the school boards, my wife and I. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 checks payable to myself, 440481, September 9th, 2020, $122.12, and check 441278, October 7th, for $172.12, both for reimbursement of expenses. I sit on the board of Niagara Falls Art Gallery as a resident. The check is 440859, September 23rd, 2020 for $2,333.34, and I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on downtown BIA correspondence 10.9 and 10.10, outstanding employment issue with my spouse.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo. Councillor Dabrowski.
Check 441214 made payable to myself, the amount of $193.30, dated October 7th.
Thank you for that.
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Yes, check number 440425. It's made out to myself. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I've also got 3, Mr. Clerk. I've got number 440244, 441220, and 440795 checks made out to myself as well. And reminder to councillors, please mark in writing and submit to the clerk for the end of the meeting. Thank you for that. Moving along to everyone's... Mr. Clerk, is that good? Okay, yeah, that's great, thank you. Moving along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, especially Councillor Pietrangelo. He always wants me to tell him what's in the mayor's remarks, and I always make him wait. So tonight, starting off with obituaries, condolences to the McNally family in the passing of Maria, mother of Carmen McNally, who worked for the building department. Happy birthday, of course, to Councillor Victor Pietrangelo. His birthday was last Saturday, the 24th of October. Happy birthday, Councillor. I hope you did something fun for your birthday. Community updates. We had the grand reopening of Athena Beauty Spa, and I was joined by Councillor Strange. Coming up events, so this year we are going to be having Sleep Cheap again, and I should point out to everyone here, there was a lot of discussion. This is the 17th annual Sleep Cheap. It's COVID. We're wondering what we're going to do. We've already, along with Councillor Pietrangelo, raised more than $2 million for local charity. So this year it's modified, and we felt it was important to continue the tradition. We reached out to the hotel properties, and hotel properties, I don't need to tell you, are hurting, and they still wanted to do the event this year. Not all, but a lot, and of course no water parks. But they're facing their challenges, but so are the charities. They're hurting as well. So they need the funds now more than ever. So as always, it's only open to Niagara residents, people that are in our area. Reservations have started last Friday, and the period of staying has been extended into the weekend. So it's Sunday, November 15th through Saturday, November 21st. There's a surcharge for the weekends. And those decisions were made by the hotel industry. Of course, we went to them to find out how they wanted to do it this year. And of course, hotels are an essential service. They have been this entire time. It's the place that many of our frontline and first responders have been staying. And we're happy that we're able to do the event this year and have some more money for charity. And for those people that have not taken a vacation because of COVID, and they don't necessarily want to leave our area, they can stay here, stay in some beautiful hotels with a great view, hang out with their family, and help out some charities all at the same time. Moving on to the Spooky Awards, I want to thank Councillor Dabrowski for coming up with this great idea. This is a great idea for Halloween, where people can participate by putting their house into the competition by decorating it for Halloween. So I know Councillor Strange is really excited. He's going to get things decorated, and we've got over... I actually donated all mine to Jim Hess, so he's got all mine. Oh, excellent. Very kind of you. So we've got over 50 properties that are now registered and submitted. So the categories are best effects and people's choice, which are voted on by the public. So we're suggesting people go to the city's website, niagarafalls.ca, and download a spooky map. And there you'll see the different places to visit, and we're looking for you to vote so we can pick who the winning entries are. Cast your votes. Voting starts this Thursday and ends Saturday night, Halloween night, at the stroke of midnight. So here's your chance to get out, have a little bit of fun, and play with everyone else in the community.
If I can speak.
Councillor Dabrowski, yeah, please jump in.
I thought it was Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
Halloween. I hear the crickets.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
still hear the crickets.
Well,
It's
yeah, go ahead.
been a phenomenal initiative. Like you had just mentioned, over 50 homes have entered into the first ever Spooky Awards. Congrats to staff, Kathy Moldenhauer, Jeff Garashi, James Ponce from Niagara Falls Comic Con, who am I missing? Dale Morton, Emma in the social media department as well. But staff really came together and wrapped this thing together in about a week. So to have 50 entrants for the first ever Spooky Awards it's phenomenal. Submissions the deadline's been met. So Councillor Strange, if you haven't decorated your home yet, you missed out this year. Maybe next.
Already pretty spooky.
Is it? I don't want to know. But either way, residents can go on niagarafalls.ca/spooky awards. There's over 50 homes, like you mentioned. They can look at the spooky map. Trick-or-treating will be different this year. We all know that. The city of Niagara Falls has some tidbits and tips on how to trick-or-treat safely this year. And if trick-or-treating is a little bit short due to COVID, residents and families can hop in their car and drive around the city and check out all the cool decorations. So congrats to staff, and thank you to all my fellow council members for supporting the initiative. I do believe it'll be an event that will run for years to come, so thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Dabrowski, for bringing the idea forward. It's a great idea. I know people are really excited about it. Also, speaking of Halloween, of course, Halloween is on in Niagara Falls. And trick-or-treating safely includes wearing a mask, whether you're giving out candy or collecting candy, traveling in your own group or with your household bubble or a small cohort, and washing your hands and keeping your distance as much as possible. I know at my house, I'm giving out chips, I'll have a mask on, and I'll be using tongs to put the chips into the little pumpkins. So that's why I'm going to be doing it this year. So the goal is to have fun, but to do it in a safe way. And if those of you that don't want to do it this year, we understand, you can download on the city's website. We do have a little poster you can download and print on your own printer that you can put up in the window and say that you won't be giving out candy this year if you choose.
Mr. Mayor, I'm signing on CHCH, and you asked Bob whether he uses a pillowcase or a pumpkin.
Yes.
Which one do you?
Oh, I'm a pillowcase kind of guy for sure. Yeah, and I like to ask people that question, you know, are you a pillowcase or a pumpkin kind of person when you go door to door? So we like to have a little bit of fun with it. So what about you? What are you? You grab as much candy as you can. And my dad used to always go through to make sure everything was safe. Of course, after he ate it, he'd go, yep, that one was safe, you know, and he'd...
So many things need to eat those ones with the little witches on it.
Yeah.
He ate.
So moving along, Remembrance Day is going to take place Wednesday, November the 11th at 10:45 a.m. And of course, it'll be virtual. And we will be combining the two community services of Chippewa and the city service normally held at the Gale Center in observance. We'll be respecting provincial COVID restrictions. There will be some on-site attendance, but it'll be limited to invited participants only. It'll be virtually live stream ceremony. The community can follow along online. All the details and the link on the live ceremony will be posted at niagarafalls.ca. Volunteer awards, this year again, they're going to be held virtually. There's an opportunity for groups and organizations to nominate deserving volunteers at our BNF award nomination. So Councillor Pietrangelo, I know you always love the BNF awards. The BNF awards, of course, be Niagara Falls, be enough. And I know you guys like to wear the shirt because you, yeah, it's, I would love to. It's be Niagara Falls, BNF, or when you say it quickly, it's be enough. Be enough, right? They call that a double entendre. Isn't that? I love that, double entendre. So anyway, those awards, Councillor Pietrangelo, and I know you love them more than anyone, this year through COVID, a lot of people have been doing nice things for their neighbors. Maybe they've been sewing masks, picking up groceries, cutting grass, bringing food, maybe caring from someone, or anything that you've been helping people through the pandemic, you can give them a BNF award. So all you have to do, councillor, is go on niagarafalls.ca, and all you can do is plug in their name, they'll be nominated, and they'll get recognized for a BNF award. Well, I don't know about t-shirts, but they'll get recognized for sure. We don't have enough t-shirts. So if you know somebody that's been doing some extra special things for other people in the community, please go on Niagara Falls website, niagarafalls.ca, and nominate them so we can get them a BNF award. And last set of announcements for this week, the Niagara Falls Santa Claus Parade. This year, it will be taking place, but it's going to be a drive-through parade. So it's going to be Saturday, November the 14th. Incidentally, that's the same day as the opening of the OPG Winter Festival of Lights. So Saturday, November 14th from 3 until 5 p.m. The entertainment will take place along Queen Street. So here's the way it's going to work. We're going to ask people to park. You can start parking at 2 in the afternoon on November the 14th on Victoria Avenue on the east side. So that's the side where the library is. And you can line up. And when we start, we're going to have people helping parade marshals. You'll be able to drive down Queen Street and see. We're going to have inflatables. We're going to have musical performances. We're going to have, of course, Santa Claus himself will be down there. And you'll have a chance to take your whole family in your safety bubble of your vehicle. For those people that don't have vehicles, we're going to have buses that will be driving down Queen Street, and you'll be able to watch the parade. So it's a little bit of a reverse parade, a drive-by parade, a drive-through parade, whatever you want to call it. But the Santa shuttle will be bringing those that don't have a car Pickup and drop-off will take place at Queen Street at Valleyway. For all the details, if you didn't catch it now, just go to the city's website, again, niagarafalls.ca. A lot of reasons to go to that website. And as well, we ask people to bring a donation for Project Share, something non-perishable like pasta or peanut butter or things like that, soup in a can that we can donate for Project Share. Any questions about that? Seeing none, the next council meeting will be Tuesday, November the 17th, so it'll be after the Santa Claus Parade, after the opening of the Festival of Lights, so we wanted everyone to have all these extra details today. So thank you to staff for putting all these notes together. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I'm sorry, your mayor's report was very short, so I might have missed it, but did you mention the curbside giveaway?
No, would you please do that?
Would I do that?
Well, I can do it if you like.
Yeah,
You can do
Your Worship, I know that it was an initiative that came from your office, but the reason why I wanted to bring it up is because I think you passed it over to the Park in the City, and any good initiative really needs good volunteers to carry it through. So I just simply wanted to mention that the Park in the City Committee is the one that took that on, and it was a great success, so maybe you can take it from there.
Yep, thank you for that. We had the curbside giveaway, so you know, as they say, one man's junk is another man's treasures. Well, people had things they want to get rid of, whether they were books, furniture, whatever, clothing items, and all they had to do was put it at the curb by 7 a.m. Last Saturday, and the reports we got back, by 8 o'clock, most people's stuff was completely gone. So we save space in the landfill. We have people that can save money and other people that save space at home because they can get rid of things. Maybe they've outgrown things, maybe they have no more use for them, but there's nothing wrong with them. And we're lucky. We live in that kind of a society where we have a lot of things like that. So thank you to the Park and the City Committee, all the volunteers there, and I know Councillor Pietrangelo, you and Councillor Strange are members of that committee. And what a great job for the first one. I know this is going to be annual, and maybe it's going to be biannual. Pardon me? Yeah, it was great, and what a great opportunity. And you wonder, who the heck would want this? And yet, you got people pulling up, taking everything that you had sitting at the curb. So congratulations, well done, and thank you for the reminder. Okay, now, next order of business. We do have some regional councillors in the house today. I'd like to introduce, we've got Regional Councillor Bob Gale and Regional Councillor Peter Nicholson, and they have both come to give us updates on what's going on at the region. And if you have any questions, this is a great chance to get them. And thank you to both of you for coming out today.
Great. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council and residents of Niagara. Thank you for the opportunity for Councillor Gale and I to be here tonight to give a brief update on some of the activities at the region. First item I'd like to update council and members of Niagara on is the South Niagara Falls wastewater treatment plant. So at the region, we recently received a project status update, and this is a very significant and important infrastructure project, as many of you all know, for the region. There's much work to be done on this project. We're in the environmental assessment stage, so we're looking at design and planning. Hope to have construction underway in 2024 and the facility in service by 2027. The benefits of this project are numerous. We're looking at improving the efficiency of the wastewater system in the south part of Niagara. We're looking at a holistic wastewater program approach. So we need this infrastructure. We need this infrastructure to service the needs of current residents, to service the needs of future residents, where we're expecting huge population growth, as many of you all know, in the south end of the city and in the region. So this is an important undertaking. And also to service businesses, service the new South Niagara Hospital. So this is a significant undertaking. It's a significant capital cost, but we feel the cost-benefit analysis is certainly justified. So funding will be incremental, combination of debentures, and we're hoping to obtain grants from upper levels of government. So that's an important project. The next thing I'd like to update council about is has to do with the new Niagara Region Waste Collection app. So as everyone I'm sure is familiar at this point, the region's new waste collection contract took place here in October. We have Miller Waste Systems as our contractor here in Niagara Falls. And so at the region, we're hoping to make this transition as seamless as possible for the residents. There's been a lot of discussion As Mayor Diodati can speak to me, a lot of discussion about waste collection at the region. I know Mayor Diodati, Councillor Gill, and myself, we've been advocating for weekly collection. Ultimately, Council decided to go with the bi-weekly collection schedule. So this is a change. It's one that we're working through right now. And one of the things we all agree upon, however, at the region is that we want to eliminate the amount of waste going to our landfill. And we want to increase our diversion rate. So I've said at the region, I've said, you know, we've got to make it easier for people to recycle, easier for people to use the green bin or the gray box and the blue box. And one of the ideas the staff had at the region, which was fairly innovative, is the Region Waste app. So it's a free app. If you have a smartphone, you can download this app for free. And it's a great one because it provides you with notifications. It provides you with a schedule. It tells you when they're picking up their garbage. And then there's also a pretty innovative search function as well. So you can type in the item and it will tell you where to place this item, whether it's the green bin or gray box. So this is innovative. It's something I think that residents could use. And I encourage residents to download this app because I think this is something that will help people to recycle more and ultimately to increase our diversion rate. The last thing I'd like to update council on is, as you know, we have a regional bylaw which mandates face coverings and masks in public areas. So one of the changes we had to our regional bylaw had to do with apartment buildings and condominium buildings, the common areas of these places. So we've amended our bylaw to require these face coverings and masks in those common areas, places like elevators, hallways, stairways, laundry rooms. The ultimate objective here is to keep people safe. We all know the benefits of wearing face coverings and masks. I know a lot of other communities have mandated masks and face coverings in these common areas, and I think it's especially important here in Niagara that we do so when you consider the demographics and that we have one of the highest percentages of seniors here in the region, and the fact that older adults are especially vulnerable to this disease. So I think this is a move in the right direction. I'm hoping that people will feel safer. People who live in condominiums and apartments will feel safer in those common areas. No one likes to wear masks, but I think this is one of those things that's a good thing because we don't want people to feel as comfortable as possible in their residence. So those are just three brief items that we're doing at the region.
Any questions
Yeah,
for
for sure.
Councillor Nicholson? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah.
Oh, Your Worship, I can't let it go by. I mean, I just want to say it's great to hear that the South End Sewage Treatment Plant is moving forward, Your Worship. It's something that, you know, we've spoken about so many times in this chambers, and it really is a regional project. From a Niagara Falls perspective, if you think of the geography, anything north of Lundy's Lane in the future, you know, the sewage will end up flowing to the sewage treatment plant that we have over on Stanley Avenue, and anything south of Lundy's Lane will be flowing to the new South End Sewage Treatment Plant. It's particularly important for places like Chippewa, who have experienced for a number of years an infrastructure that, you know, for some reason has, in my opinion, too many cogs in the wheel. That's what I like to refer to it as. So I really hope that we can get to the point where sewage in Chippewa can eventually flow by gravity to the new South End Sewage Treatment Plant. But the other benefit of the plant, Your Worship, is all the lands that it opens up in other municipalities, and that's why I say that it really is a regional approach. It's going to open up a lot of land in Thorold. There's going to be lands in Fort Erie that will be able to access it. And right now, the land that it's going to open up in Thorold, all of the sewage there flows down to the Port Weller plant. So not only is Thorold going to be the benefit of this plant, but St. Catharines and Niagara-on-the-Lake is as well. So it really is a regional approach. To Councillor Nicholson and to Councillor Gale, I really appreciate you being here today. It's really great to hear that that project is moving forward. Thanks.
Awesome. He's a real expert on
When did
heavy
you start?
particulate. Heavy particulate. Yeah.
That's right. Good.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Gale?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good evening. I don't
It's
even-
evening now. Yeah.
I'm used to these things starting at 6:30 and that, but Comment to you, Victor, Councillor Pietrangelo, keep hammering us about that, because I understand it was deferred. I'm not on that committee, but I believe it was deferred, Mayor,
Yeah.
on that, and that's the South Niagara Hospital. So many people, as you say, benefit from that, so I agree with you on that. A few things right off the bat. I'm very proud of you people for your social distancing in here. This is spread out for anybody that can't see this, that's watching it, and that you've done a great job coming in with the documents and that, so kudos to you. This is my first time being at the council when you've been doing this. Most importantly, I'm a pillow type guy. And that's because about 50 years ago or 55 years ago, they didn't have paper bags, or they had paper bags, but they didn't have plastic bags in the plastic containers. So, and anybody that just tuned in is probably wondering what I'm talking about. So they'll have to play it back, and that's the way that works.
Pillows over pumpkins, got
So,
it.
Mr. Clerk, if you don't mind putting up the roundabout that I sent in. My first talk right now, is Peter and I have tag teamed on this somewhat, is the roundabout at Bridge and Victoria Avenue. The mayor asked me to speak on this, and thanks to Carolyn Ryle at the region, she gave me some information on this. This is set to be constructed in 2022. Right now, it's in the throes of environmental assessment in the Bridge Street area and the property negotiations and things like that. But this all started in the fall of 2021, and depending on what comes out of the environmental assessment is how this will change a bit. But this is at least to show you it's on the books. On this, so come 2022 we hope to have this in operation, but you know how things can change and how they have, so that's number one.
That'd be great to open up the GO station and the downtown, the Gale
The ripple
Center.
effect will be tremendous with this, I would think, and hopefully the world's in a much better place at that time. Now for some disturbing talk that I'm going to give you right now. I'm going to take about 8 minutes of your time, how I time this, but even if you listen to 50% of what I say to you on this next item, you're going to be disturbed on what's going on at the region. So bear with me, please, on this, and I'll try and be as brief as I can. But in December 2019, Niagara Region's Liquid, Biosolids, and Residuals Management Program contract is set to expire. The contract was awarded to Thomas Nutrients in 2013 and extended in 2017. So last December, it was set to expire. Given the contract was to expire, an RFPQ, that's a request for pre-qualification, was initially issued on August 7th, 2019, a year and 2 months ago. The RFPQ was canceled via notice of cancellation on October 4th, 2019, because bid submissions received did not meet the established pre-qualification requirements. Nobody qualified. One of the vendors, TerraPure, out of Hamilton, asked why they did not qualify, as they performed similar work in other Ontario municipalities. They were informed that given the RFPQ, it will be reissued, and therefore it would be inappropriate to discuss the issues with any vendor. As permitted by the procurement policy, the same vendor sent a written request on October 17th, 2019 for a debrief meeting to find out why they did not qualify. They received no response even after numerous calls to various people in the Niagara region, which is very disturbing. A second notice of cancellation was sent out October 25th, 2019. However, the comment that the submissions received did not meet qualifications was removed. So that's issue one. The contract renewal process was canceled. Then, in October 2019, 1 year ago, the former internal auditor at the Niagara region had a meeting with me because I am on the audit committee. He told me that he was receiving pushback related to 2 audits he had completed relating to procurement issues and sole sourcing issues. Remember them, procurement issues and sole sourcing issues. He told me he hopes the audits will be released to the December 2nd, 2019 audit committee meeting. Before this meeting, he's terminated and his division is dissolved. So that's the issue 2. The region's internal audit division was dissolved. Interestingly, the city of Hamilton just started their new internal audit division last year, but Niagara closes theirs. In the last week of December 2019, I was up at my office on Portage Road on a Sunday, and a citizen stopped by, and he saw my car there, and he alleged improprieties around the biosolids and waste management staff at the region. I called Councillor Nicholson to share the info because I've done too many things on my own, challenging things around. I want to have some support, and Peter's a great guy. On January 14th, 2020, at Public Works, a staff report recommended a second 3-year term at approximately $4.4 million per year to Thomas Nutrients, the incumbent. At the same meeting, Regional staff stated it was the acting CAO who canceled the competitive process and recommended that it be awarded to Thomas Nutrients, sole sourcing. The acting CAO was not at the meeting to answer questions. At this same meeting, Tara Piro de Hamilton again, who was initially told they were not qualified to complete the work, wrote a letter to the Public Works Committee and attended as delegates. Their letter states that the staff report recommended the sole source contract to Thomas Nutrients is misleading and claims the report contains substantial cost and procurement issues. Eventually, Council directs a competitive process unanimously on this. So we go to tender now. So that's issue 3. Staff attempted to sole source another multi-million and multi-year contract. Bit disturbing, but it gets worse. The January 20th Audit Committee finally receives the 2 audit reports from the terminated internal audit director. However, it has been revised. Even with the revisions, the report identifies serious issues with the region's procurement process and single source contracts. These reports were delayed for approximately 1 year. As a result, Audit Committee passes a motion to retain an external auditor to conduct a comprehensive and independent financial and process audit of all procurement matters identified in the 2 reports and report back to the Audit Committee. This still has not been completed, and I'm told it may be ready by the December Audit Committee meeting. Remember, this was in January. On February 10th, 2020, a regional employee, a whistleblower, called me. Why do I keep getting the calls? Calls me and alleges that the Water and Wastewater Division is conducting inappropriate sole sourcing and other misconduct issues. I share all these with Peter. In March 2020, a second regional employee, another whistleblower, contacted me that Water and Wastewater Division at the region is conducting inappropriate invoicing that violates corporate policies. I advised both whistleblowers that we don't have a whistleblower policy at the region, but we will have a new one by the end of the month, and they should follow the process once the new policy is approved. So the Niagara region adopts a whistleblower policy late March 2020. On April 6th, remember this date please, April 6, 2020, a teleconference call is arranged following the whistleblower policy with the acting CAO according to the policy, and 3 other councillors to listen, Mayor Diodati, Councillor Peter Nicholson, Fort Erie Regional Councillor Tom Encina, and myself. The acting CAO says he will investigate the allegations. April 6th this year. On May 12th, the acting CAO advises councillors due to the pandemic, not much progress has been made on these files. So I asked him to contact the whistleblowers to let them know. On May 21st, the first whistleblower contacts me that there has been no contact from anyone in relation to the investigation. He also identifies further procurement issues. On June 17th, I get a call from the same person that there still has not been any contact, and he submits more allegations. Even though the whistleblower policy says complaints will be investigated expeditiously, there are these delays. This is disturbing to me personally, and I won't go any farther than this next part. On June 2020, while the council order tender is in process, the president of Thomas Nutrients goes on Facebook page and calls me a 4-letter C word, profanity. Even though I have never had a personal conversation with him. I'm not on Facebook or Twitter, but my daughter and wife show me the social media posts. It's disgusting to be called this and have my family see it. I submit this to the Commissioner of Finance according to the procurement policy, and after the investigation by an outside legal lawyer where I was never interviewed, nothing's done. I am informed that the president of Thomas Nutrients alleges his computer was hacked, even though I told the Commissioner of Finance at the time that friends of mine told me the president of Thomas Nutrients thought the comments were private, and I have the text to prove it. So one of the region's contractors calls an elected official the C word. After frustration over the delays in the whistleblower's investigation, I sent an email to the regional chairman, Jim Bradley, and all the councillors demanding an investigation. On July 30th, a special meeting is scheduled, and whistleblowers are contacted 2 days before this meeting. Remember, April 6th they met. 2 days before July 30th, they got the first people to call them. The closing date of the tender was extended by 30 days to the end of September in hopes that the investigation may be completed by then. The region hires a labor lawyer to investigate the whistleblower complaints. Why? As it would appear that when you do this, you are investigating the whistleblowers. But in the middle of the investigation, the labor lawyer is dismissed and a financial investigator is then retained. So in this case, the investigation is further delayed, and we don't know what was uncovered by the first investigator. It still gets worse. In September, another special meeting is scheduled on September 17th to discuss the tender, and I am unable to attend. I had another commitment. We have these special meetings that come up all the time, as the mayor knows. Council is told that Thomas Nutrients would be awarded the tender. However, no financial information is provided nor asked by the councillors at that meeting. So the contract is to be awarded to Thomas Nutrients even though the investigation is not completed. On September 24th, we have a meeting to ratify the proposal, and I ask for the dollar amounts. I am told that this would not be proper in open session. This is surprising because the procurement policy allows for the dollar amounts submitted to be publicly reported, and this has occurred in the past. The majority of councillors vote to go into closed session, thus preventing the dollar amounts to be publicly known. These guys didn't vote that way. What the public does not know is that staff's sole source attempt represented a 12.5% increase in price by the incumbent vendor. So if we had gone with sole source in January, it would be 12.5% increase, according to what staff said. After the competitive process, the incumbent vendor submitted a 5% increase. Thus, if you compare sole source in January to this competitive process that we did, the taxpayer saved $1.2 million. This is how sole sourcing hurts us unless it's an emergency. So in this case, the competitive process produced a cost savings of approximately $1.2 million compared to the initial sole source attempt. Still gets worse. The morning of this meeting, I received an unsolicited email from a different qualified vendor who read the staff report. He told me that they also, no, this was unsolicited by me, just came out of the blue. He told me that they also performed similar work in Ontario, and they qualified, and their price is nearly $1 million less a year than Thomas Nutrients. It's a 4-year contract plus a 2-year extension. If the region went with the lowest tender, this would represent another $5 million in savings, in addition to the $1.2 million in savings. You scratch your heads after staff recommended extending in January at 0 savings. So now you've got regional staff recommending that contract to Thomas Nutrients, even though another bid was received that was approximately $5 million lower, and they all qualified. Thomas Nutrients was contacted by staff and told that they won the contract, even though council had not yet approved the award. It's written right there. Council has to approve it, not staff, council. Staff and the acting CO also told councillors that we should accept the award because Thomas could commence legal action. I told council that it is us as an elected group that make the decisions, and council has a final say, and no one should have advised Thomas that they won the contract. A St. Catharines councillor tried to defer the contract award until after the whistleblower investigation. However, this was voted down. Why? Only 9 councillors objected to the award of this contract. That's unbelievable. I asked for a recorded vote so these people could stand up at the next election and explain why they kissed away $5 million in taxes. Niagara Falls' share is approximately 22%. Thus, that's what with the budget percentages you put in. Thus, Niagara Falls taxpayers contribute approximately $220,000 to this contract as a result of losing the $5 million. How can all other mayors do this on behalf of their constituents when we are fighting for every dollar we can? The $227,000 could easily help Project Share or any other worthy cause in Niagara Falls. Other cities like St. Catharines could have saved $260,000 per year. And even Wainfleet could have saved $75,000. I appreciate the support of Mayor Diodati and Councillor Nicholson, and they've given me support and others through this whole process. Something's wrong. And even without the completion of the whistleblower investigation, it should have caused a reasonable person to step back and stop this. I made a notice of motion last Thursday to release the tender dollar amounts and the evaluation scores to be made public. And the other bidders may sue, so I asked for an external legal opinion on the region's position on defending potential lawsuits, as well as what did both investigators uncover. I will probably lose, but I'm trying to fix this mess. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Gale. Do you have any questions of council? I've got Councillor Strange and Pietrangelo.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gale and Nicholson, for giving us updates. And the first one was actually really good. Second one, a little bit disturbing.
Yeah.
A little bit disturbing. I guess when we go through our process, we always see all the tender bids, and we see that we usually, I think, always 100%, we always go with the lowest tender, obviously to save taxpayers money. Is this a normal process in the region that you?
It was explained to us as an RFPQ or RFP that they normally don't give the dollar amounts out, but the respondents signed that we could have it public. And this has been such a contentious issue from day one, we should have had the dollar amounts there. I went back on a number of RFPs at council, like Grimsby water plant and things like this. They were all listed. In this case here, they were not listed. And in the meeting that I missed the week before, they were not listed. No one asked. I did ask when it came up, and it went into closed, and we got the dollar amounts. Now, I cannot say what happened in camera, but I can tell you that I got the email from that one company that said it was $1 million less, and there was a local media outlet that put down it was $900,000 less per year on it. So you got to believe they're somewhat close, but I can't tell what came out in confidential, but $5 million is a good number to come up with.
So, and I think you were saying that, our, like Niagara Falls portion of that extra, say, $1 million a year that we would have been saving, now we're spending
220, I'm sorry.
220,000 a year for the next 5 years? Or
6 years.
Next 6 years.
4 years plus 2-year extension.
So that's roughly.
When staff would have recommended zero.
$1.3 million. And,
Yeah.
You were obviously saying that some of that money could be spent on, and you mentioned Project Share, and we know all the major cities have problems, especially during this tough time in the pandemic, and, for Niagara Falls, I'm sure St. Catharines, Thorold, Welland, and Fort Erie would save probably close to the same amount as we would if it was tendered to the other bidder. We could use for new homeless shelter, which is affecting, all the municipalities as well during this tough time. I don't know what we could do as a, have they already started their collection of what they do?
I don't know how that stands right now, when it actually came into effect, what date. But the most disturbing thing of this was it wasn't fair. If you're any other respondent, why would you even want to do business with the Niagara region on something like this? And with all the complaints we've had, with everything that's happened over the last year, why wouldn't they step back and say, we're going to make this perfectly clean now? But I have to defer to you for solutions. As regional councillors, we're a member of the corporation. What you do, I'm proud of what you do, but I can't recommend to you what to do to us.
Can we make a motion of reconsideration towards the region, that they look at all the bids and possibly reconsider, and in an open process?
We can definitely do something like that.
And maybe even hold back our $220,000 a year until something is finalized, because if taxpayers find out that we're wasting this amount of money in the next 6 years, and it's openly known, I think they would appreciate the fact that Niagara Falls has taken a stance on this and would like to save that money.
And Welland attempted to hold back money on a development charge item 3 or 4 years ago. That was resolved, but they said we're not paying. Now, I don't know how legal that is, but I know Welland did it on this. But
well, I'm willing to make that motion, Mr. Mayor, if anyone would like to second.
So the motion again, if you could just repeat it.
Well, for obviously reconsideration for that tender process and picking the right bid, and I don't know, I don't have a list of who else bid on that, but I would love to see an open process like we have here at the City of Niagara Falls, and as well to hold back that that extra $220,000 that we're spending, where we wouldn't have spent over the next 6 years. So roughly about $1.3 million that will be spent in the next 6 years that we can obviously spend in better ways than this. So.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Strange that we ask the region to reconsider their contract on biosolids and take a closer look at the process and the numbers involved in that. Like, that makes sense? Yes, Councillor? Yep, I've got Councillor. Pardon me?
Question on the motion.
Question.
After you get a second.
Yep. Okay, Councillor.
I would second it. I have a comment to make. But
Okay, so we got, it's seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. So you want to comment to the motion?
Well, a question. Obviously, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Councillor Gale and Nicholson have come and given us some a lot of information, but they can't get explanations. I'd like an explanation. I'd like to know how they got there. I'd like to know how this happens. There was an RFP, well, I'd like an explanation as well. I want the numbers. I want an explanation. I want to know what they're going to do going forward. I don't disagree with Councillor Strange's motion, but the questions that are being raised here tonight need to be answered. You can't just say to the city, you're going to pay almost $250,000 a year and with no explanation. You know, here's your share. Here's your share, guys. You're going to pay $250,000 per year because of this process. Not fair. Not fair at all. I don't know how these guys are getting away with it, Bob. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Mr. Mayor,
I don't know who's answering.
I know Peter wanted to say an item on this too.
Yeah, Councillor Nicholson?
Just on a really high level, Councillor Gill did a good job going into some of the numbers and the dates. I just, from a high level, I'd just like to recognize Councillor Gill on this. You know, we sit in and out a lot of meetings, and we brought forward whistleblower legislation at the region, and that was an improvement. That was a very good thing. And Councillor Gill has been one of the strongest advocates for whistleblowers. And I believe because of his leadership and his efforts pushing back against single sourcing, that we have saved money at the region and will continue to do so. So I'd like to publicly recognize Councillor Gale on this. He's put a lot of time into this, and he's worked extremely hard. And you know, I'm happy to be here with him tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, Dabrowski, and Thompson. To that point, Councillor? Oh, can I put you back on? Okay, gotcha. Yep.
Thanks, Your Worship. And again, thanks to Councillor Gale and Councillor Nicholson for being here today. I wrote down a bunch of things. I don't even know where to start, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess I'll start by making a comment about social media. Social media can be very cruel. I know you said that, you know, you were very hurt by reading those comments. I see it every day in young kids, and I sometimes wonder to myself how they're able to navigate their way through it. It can be very unfriendly at times. I'm surprised that there wouldn't be anything that would extend from the job that you do as a councillor to any of the, I guess, businesses or organizations that take on work for the region. But I guess that's just a comment, Your Worship. I wanted to ask a question as well about in-camera tenders. I don't remember ever at the city going in camera to accept a tender. I mean, is it possible to really have staff verify that that's just not our process? It's really not the way that we do things. I mean, all of our tenders are accepted publicly with a formal report to council, and they all have the bidders, I guess, quotations, or for lack of a better word, dollar amounts attached to it. And staff are always recommending the lowest bidder, unless for some reason they don't qualify. So maybe I can just get a comment from staff on how we do business here at the city.
Maybe I'll start with our CAO, Mr. Todd. I don't see you on the screen, but I know you're there. Oh, there you are. Did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, the process that Councillor Pietrangelo described is the process we would regularly use. From time to time, we would go on camera if there was a legal question arising from that tender. And the councillor is quite right. We will recommend the low bidder in almost all cases, except when there are special circumstances, and we're required to report what those circumstances are publicly to council. And then council can determine whether the circumstances around the recommendation not to accept the low bidder are valid. And we may get 1 or 2 a year, maybe at max, that we're ever recommending anything but the low bidder. But that's what our process is.
Thank you very much. Councillor?
Yeah, and just to follow that up, Your Worship, because I wrote down justification, and I guess through you to Councillor Gale, was there any type of justification given by staff in terms of choosing the second bidder instead of the lowest bidder?
There's a point system that they follow. 70% of the points are technological, 30% are price, yet everybody qualified in advance. So the 70% we feel is wrong, and maybe we should have known this before. But 70% allows you to manipulate points. I'm not saying it happened, because I'm asking to see the point scores at the next meeting, and I'm sure they'll, if they choose to do this, if council, I'll say, wisens up and starts bringing the information to us, they'll probably do it in camera on the points. But the dollar amounts should be made public to everybody here on this. But at 70%, when everybody's already qualified, and every one of these respondents, I believe, we're doing haulage throughout the province of Ontario on different places. So why wouldn't you go with the lowest? And I like how Ken explained that you take the lowest unless, or else come up with the reasons why. We weren't given reasons. You were there and Peter was there. We weren't given reasons why other than points. And I can't tell you the points because it was in confidential on this.
Councillor? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I guess the last point I'll make is just along the same lines as Councillor Kerrio, in the sense that I would prefer to have an explanation first. I mean, I've been given a lot of information tonight, and I think that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered before I would ask for a motion of reconsideration. So I appreciate that that is the motion on the floor, but I would prefer to see an explanation actually of all the questions first. So.
Okay. Councillor Dabrowski. Then Thompson.
I don't know if I should pull my second, but either way, Bob, Peter, thank you for joining us here today. Highly disturbing. And to Councillor Pietrangelo's point about social media, it can be cruel sometimes, but it doesn't have to be, especially when we're all adults around the table. And I'm very shocked to hear that somebody would talk that negatively about you. And it was known at the regional level, it was known at the council level, and it would still be awarded. It's just in this day and age, I agree, social media can be cruel, but it should be a basis of how we monitor specific tenders and who we work with in the future and clients that we work with as well. So it's just disheartening to hear, so that's a comment. My first question, my only question would be, out of, and I believe you mentioned Mayor Diodati voted on the tender, our regional councillor Barbara Greenwood, where did she stand on this subject? And I know there was a deferral that you had mentioned, so I'm not sure if it was 2 votes that had taken place, but I just want to get some feedback on.
A councillor from St. Catharines tried to defer it, and it was not deferred. The majority didn't go for the deferral on that. As far as the vote from Councillor Greenwood, she voted to award it to Thomas.
It's unfortunate to hear, but either way, hopefully we can get to the bottom of it. Something smells, something stinks, and obviously we don't like it. We need to get to the bottom of it. So I would second Councillor Strange's motion, but it sounds like we might be going in a different direction.
Okay. We've got Councillor Thompson, then Kerrio.
I can't believe what I just heard. You know, every municipality, and I've been around here for a while, everything has to be transparent, and everybody has to know about it. It has to be done publicly, and everybody has to, certainly for the media, so that the public knows about it. To hear you saying that they can't give you the total information, the total answers that you want, and that they can't pick the lower tender, and they don't want to do it publicly, and they don't want to make sure that you have all of the information. Has this been going on at the region?
We had it happen in insurance 4 years ago, 2016. And that's when I knew that insurance could be cheaper if we tendered it out there. And the staff came up and said...
Why wouldn't you tender out?
Well, they did tender then, and we saved $750,000 a year, but staff gave us a report at that time that we won't save anything, so let's not put it to tender, let's sole source it and give it to the incumbent. We challenged it, won by a tie vote that day by the chair. I think you were there, Mayor, and we saved $750,000. Same apples to apples policy. What does it take? And what's really disturbing, every mayor there, except for Mayor Diodati, voted to award this. $5 million on the table, and I'm saying that's alleged. I keep having to use the word alleged because otherwise it looks like I'm giving out confidential information. And now there's one of the respondents is going after the region legally to reconsider this. So there's more lawyers' fees that you people pay your percentage of every time. You know, consultants and lawyers, and we just keep going around. But this was $5 million easy. It was very easy.
Should we also be looking at the policies with respect to the region regarding tendering? If they don't have something the same as we do, which is totally transparent, that shouldn't exist. And I think maybe you could include that in the motion.
That comment was made by councillors that we have to look at our procurement better on this, especially the 70-30 points and how this goes down of not putting the dollar amounts out there. Some are, some aren't. In this case here, why is this one not out there for us to see? Why in the special meeting that I didn't make were the dollars not there? Councillors would have woken right up to that shot. Who's hiding something?
Was this the same person making the decision with the insurance and?
No, that person's gone. Thank you. That person's gone. I don't know about staff under him, but that person's
Anyway,
gone.
I think we should include something about the tendering details and find out why this is happening. That's ridiculous. I never heard of that before.
One of the problems, if you have somebody come in here to give an explanation, it's a done deal. I'm just saying that this has to be acted on quickly. You know that once it gets in place, it's going, sorry for your $5 million, it's gone. I don't know if it can be changed now. That's where a motion might work, it might not. But if you were to say to me, well, we should get regional staff down here in a month to talk about it. Okay, then a month
Okay,
after that,
are
it goes
you
back to region. Yep.
Including that?
No, I'll make that friendly amendment, adding Councillor Thompson's procurement process.
We should have the chairman down here talking to us
Whoever you want.
from the region. Include that too.
Okay, so we've got that
4 different
added.
motions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind doing the investigation. I understand what Councillor Kerrio and Pietrangelo are talking about, but I just can't, you know, if he's not getting the right information in how long, you know, can we afford to wait another year for an investigation? Meanwhile, our $220,000 a year is being spent. So that's what, you know, I don't really want to delay it.
Got it. Okay, so we've got that. So the second part to that motion is that we have the appropriate regional staff come to address us here at City Council and answer the questions, right? Okay, so I got Councillor Kerrio, then Lococo.
Well, Your Worship, it might even be as easy as, can we get an explanation before they make the award of the contract? Right. Can we get an explanation, someone here to explain to us how they arrived at this, what's going on here, before they give the contract out? Like Councillor Gels, maybe too late, but we certainly like an explanation why they did what they did before they give it away or get started on the contract, if that's possible. But I'll go along with whatever. My question is, Bob, you mentioned back in 2019 there was an RFPQ that no one qualified for?
Yeah, what happened was they put it out to tender in August of 2019.
Yep.
Then they came back and said no one's qualified in September, October. So these companies all woke up and said, what? We're doing it other places in the region. So they tried to contact the region and say, what's going on? We didn't qualify. No one responded to them.
So
The one company said, I tried the CAO's office. I tried other people there. No one responded to me.
So did Thomas bid on that?
Thomas was already doing it at the
So they
time,
didn't have
and
to
they were
bid?
told that they didn't qualify as well.
Yeah, that's
while
what
they were doing
didn't
it. Yes,
qualify either.
yes,
But-
everybody
so they
didn't
gave the
qualify.
contract- They gave the contract to a company that they had said doesn't qualify.
They gave it to them in 2013, extended it in 2017.
And then they said they
In
didn't qualify.
2019, they went to put it to tender and said nobody qualifies.
Right, and
So
but
we'll
then they
sole
gave it to
source
them
it. So
again.
yeah, we'll sole source it in January to Thomas Liquids again. And that's when, thank goodness, this company from Hamilton, none of us knew anything about this until January's Public Works meeting, when this company contacted us and said, we're being treated wrong here. Something's going on.
So then the other question I have is, just so that I'm sure I'm understanding the proper contract, this is the contract where they have the big sucker trucks? Or they, how?
Well, they haul waste from the pollution plants
Right, they suck
to
the
the
waste
lagoon
out.
in Garner Road, and then they take them out to the farm fields.
And they dump in the farmer's fields.
Right on.
Yeah,
Now,
because they dump
what
it on
else,
all the
that's the
fields around
majority
the
of it. There might be other things, but it takes time.
Yeah.
It's not technical.
No,
It's
it's
not
not
like
technical.
building a waste plant.
So that was my point.
Yeah,
So
you've
why-
got
it's not a
70% on
technical
that.
contract.
You and I are thinking
So
alike,
they're
Vic.
gonna- I don't understand why they would have a 70% of the points on technical on such a simple contract, other than to manipulate the contract. There's no other reason.
I can't agree with you, but you can see how I'm
There's
smiling.
no other reason why that, once they're qualified, the only thing that matters is price. So either guy can do the job. There's no reason to have them have 70%.
That is correct.
No reason.
That is correct.
So,
Let them explain to you.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, and then I will pose the same question.
And the line is, it's always been that way, it doesn't cut it anymore.
Right.
Somebody's got to look at this. We have a procurement division, people are paid good bucks for it.
So the provincial government procurement guidelines are very strict. The guidelines that they set down to the Parks Commission on procurement are ridiculously strict. As you heard from our CAO, our guidelines are strict. Why is a region, that doesn't make any sense to me, why the region, with all the money going through the regional hands, wouldn't be strict as well. There's millions of dollars to save. So I don't get it, why they would decide to buck the trend and have guidelines that aren't strict.
And this could have slipped through the cracks so easily if some people didn't stop at my office and call me. Then I talked to Peter, and many times we threw up our hands up in the air and said, why are we doing this?
Anyway.
But we're doing this,
Thank you.
whatever. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you so much, Councillor Gale and Councillor Nicholson, for bringing this to our attention. It's very, very concerning. I think we need to be transparent, and we need to move quickly. And it was a lot of information to digest in a very short period of time. So I know we need to do something quickly, but as Councillor Pietrangelo said, I think that there's a lot of questions and we need answers. I'm not quite sure what the motion is at this point. We've added a lot of things, but I want answers before asking for something else. Those
Okay.
are my comments.
Fair enough. Yes, Councillor Kerrio.
Were all of our local representatives unified on this? Did all of our reps vote the same way?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just us three did, that's it.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for clarity purposes, I understand that the two motions or that the two schools of thought are, let's get an explanation or let's reconsider. Is there an opportunity to reconsider? I just don't want to vote against a motion like that if an explanation is going to cause the contract to move forward. I'd rather support a motion to reconsider if there is still a chance to reconsider, than have an explanation come back and miss that time frame, if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand totally.
So is there the opportunity to reconsider? That, I guess, would be my question. Or has the contract already been given? I mean,
And that, I can't answer, Mayor.
I don't know if, I don't know the answer either. If it's been let, I don't know. Because it's a renewal, right? It's going to be with the same company that's been doing it for several years. So I don't know at what point, if it's been signed.
Mayor, one of the things that, and I don't mind saying his name because he deserves some credit on it, George Dart called me and said at the meeting, we were told that there could be a 10% charge on if you're sued on the profits. And I said, I don't understand that. But for $5 million, that's much more than 10%. So there might be some avenue there that, hey, we made a mistake and we have to pay the piper for it. And I've said that before on other things that we've done at the region. We make a mistake, we should pay for our mistake and learn from it and suffer the consequences we have to, but we have to be fair. In this case here, we got a couple companies there that are really scratching their heads saying, why would we ever tender at the region? Like insurance. I've known some insurance companies said, we're never tendering at the region again. They're not fair.
Yes, what you're saying is it would have been cheaper to pay legal if we had to get into a legal fight because we would have saved so much money.
At $5 million.
Right, yeah, right. Councillor Pietrangelo still has the floor.
yeah, then, thanks, Your Worship. Then perhaps through you to Councillor Garrell, I'll just simply ask the question, would you prefer a motion of reconsideration?
You're putting me in a tough shape here because I need some guidance on that. As a councillor at the region, can I answer that question?
Well,
Because I'm a member of the
just
corporation at the region.
Suggestion, because we don't know if the contract officially has been signed yet. I'm assuming.
What would it hurt for a motion of reconsideration? I'll go there. What does it hurt?
Okay. 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 So I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, just to that point, I think we finally closed the loop on that discussion, so if Councillor Strange wants to rearrange that motion, I'm not sure if we split the two motions or what the process is, or just.
No, I think council, they're on side. What
Yeah.
they're at, so we're asking for two things. Asking them to reconsider the decision they made,
Yep.
and we're asking them to come here and explain to us how they made this decision and answer some questions.
And we do have two regional councillors who have come to council tonight with
In a
concerns with
heartbeat.
disturbing issues, so I think the writing's on the wall, so yeah, I'm ready to second the motion.
And I think I said, and hold back that money until we get some answers, so that might even cover that with the questions, right? Until we, spend $220,000.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask staff if you've heard, there's three parts to the motion then. So just a little bit of feedback. So number one, we're asking them to reconsider at the region the decision they made on the bio waste. The second thing, we're asking them to come here to City Council to answer our questions and explain how they made this decision. And I'm hoping by then, Councillors Gale's motion to get the point system explained and shown might help understand why 70% of the bid was technical and what's so technical about this. And then the third part is to potentially withhold that part of our payment for the waste part. I don't know how exactly that would work, so I'm looking for one of the staff to help me answer that question, or to at least address the motion. I think the CAO looks like he's reluctantly considering taking it. No one's making eye contact with me. Okay, all right, good. Mr. Todd?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think the first two parts of the motion certainly are things that we can request. I'm just not sure we've ever been in a position where we've withheld money from our regional levy like that. It's not broken out like that. It's not like it's a separate waste management charge. I'm not sure that one's going to get us too far, but I certainly think the other two are ones that we could approach the region with.
Okay, thank you for that. Nobody else is making eye contact, so I think that's going to be the answer. Thank you. Yeah, Tiffany, I'm looking at you. Okay.
We'll stick with that.
Okay, so we're good with the first two parts of the motion. Do we have any other discussion around the motion? Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. We've repeated it enough times. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and it's unanimous. Okay, thank you for that, councillors. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to our planning portion of our meeting. I'm going to ask our city clerk if he'd be so kind as to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit two 3.5-story apartment buildings with a total of 27 units at 6546 McLeod Road and lands at the southwest corner of McLeod and Wilson Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 25th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Herlovich, if he'd give a brief explanation of the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to attempt to share my screen at this point.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, just going to blow it up for everybody. Thank you. So, excuse me, as the city clerk said, this property is located at the corner of McLeod Road and Wilson Crescent. The property involved is actually 3 lots on the south side of McLeod Road. To the north are apartment buildings, as well as detached dwellings. To the east and south are detached dwellings, and further to the west is a proposed development, apartment development. The sketch in front of you shows the proposed arrangement of buildings. It's proposed that there would be 2 apartment buildings on the site, one facing onto McLeod Road, the other one facing onto Wilson Crescent, and they would be providing 22 parking spaces at the rear of that proposed building. This drawing also shows the road widening and daylighting triangle that's proposed to be conveyed from the property to the region as part of the approval process. The appearance then of these buildings, I suppose if you were 30 feet tall, you would see the corner of McLeod and Wilson. You would see the what's being described as 3.5-story buildings fronting onto McLeod and Wilson, and then the other illustration shows from the back of the property where the parking lot is located. So as stated, the property is a little over half an acre. We're proposing 2 3.5-story buildings, 27 units in total. It is in an area where there are intended to be additional height and density. The land is currently zoned a residential apartment 5A density, as well as a TRM, which is a transitional multiple zone, so an area where we intend for apartments to be developed. And right now, the property would permit a 12-unit apartment building on the site. The applicant is looking for an R5C zone on the property. We did hold a neighborhood meeting in July. We did have a neighbor who was concerned about possible impacts, and the applicant informed her that a wood screen fence would be erected and that there'd be a landscape strip with trees along the property. There were no further questions at that time. The planning staff did review this application. We find that the proposal does conform with the provincial growth plan. We found as well that it does conform with the city's official plan. McLeod Road is an intensification corridor. The density is permitted between 65 and 150 units a hectare. This development has a density of 104 units per hectare. I've already outlined the height. The application is for an R5C zone to replace the current R5A and TRM zone. A number of adjustments to accommodate this development. The proposal is for a front yard depth of 3.7 meters. After the road widening, this is supported because it is an urban form and would bring buildings closer to the street and creates a better pedestrian environment. There are streets that would be projecting into this front and exterior side yard. This is similar to what you'd see in the front of somebody's home, but this would allow up to 4.7 meters. The exterior side yard along Wilson is a 4.7 meter setback. And again, there are some balconies that are at the upper levels that are requested to be 1.3 meters. I've already mentioned 2 apartment buildings, a lot area requirement. The building height is 11.5 meters. The rear yard depth more than complies. The minimum is 6.5. And I've mentioned there are 22 parking spaces, which is a 1.26 ratio. As I said, we are in support of this development. It's consistent with the official plan. The front yard depth creates an urban form. Reduction of the interior side yard can be supported as for a mechanical 1-story addition. The parking ratio of 1.26 parking spaces is simply a reduction from 37 to 34 spaces. The small size of the building for 2 apartment buildings is acceptable. We are recommending that the rear yard depths be increased to 24 meters from the required 10 meters under the R5C zone, and that the building height be capped at 12.1 meters, whereas 19 meters is the standard in the R5C zone. So we have concluded that it does conform with provincial policies, conforms with regional policies, conforms with the city's official plan. It is an intensification corridor. Development is compatible with the adjacent residential development, and the requested R5C zone is appropriate. Therefore, we are recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment for the site-specific R5C zone to allow 2 3.5-story apartment buildings with a total of 27 units, and that council also approve the request to deem the lots not to be lots in a plan of subdivision, so that the whole of the property can develop as one parcel. And those are the highlights.
Well done. Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. That was nice and brief. Any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody?
There's no members of the public registered for this application.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. We'll now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Mr. Clerk, do we have a representative?
We do have Heather Sewell from Niagara Planning Group representing the agent that is available to speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we hear you fine. Welcome to the meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you. So yes, my name is Heather Sewell and I'm a planner with Niagara Planning Group, and I'm here representing our client, Priscilla Facey of Leyland Development Corp., who is also joining us today for the development at 6546 McLeod Road. So I've reviewed the staff report and I agree with the recommendations and have no concerns at this time. And I am available to answer any questions that council may have today.
Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
No question, just comments. I think the building fits nicely with the area, and I really like what I'm seeing on McLeod Road. There's a lot of development that we've approved over the past year or two. Building fits nicely. I agree with the developer. There's nothing more I'd like to add, but I'd move that we approve or make a motion. Yeah, sorry.
I'll come to you as soon as I close the meeting. So
yeah, go ahead.
No problem. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Dabrowski, you want to move the recommendation?
Both recommendations, yes. Councillor Lococo is either seconding or has a question. I'm not sure, but
okay, so I've got Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would second it. I just want to bring the attention to some of the residents were concerned about the traffic on McLeod Road.
Okay.
And I did speak with Mr. Hurlovich. He says that McLeod Road is identified to be improved in 2021. He's not sure of exactly what that is. That could be a light, that could be a left turning lane, but that would probably address those traffic concerns.
Okay.
So I would like to second the motion.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Dabrowski.
There was a couple of meetings back, and Mr. Eric Nickel had commented on some regional initiatives and road improvements that were taking place on McLeod Road. I'm not sure if he wants to touch on that, but I do remember him commenting and updating us on that.
And that was Mr. Nichols? Yeah, Mr. Nickel, are you, did you want to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I can comment on is the region's proposed progress on McLeod Road will be done in a few phases. We've had recent meetings with them. And it looks like it's a 2 to 4 year time frame moving west to east. So I can't comment on the actual timeline for this, but it's likely not going to happen in 2021.
And sorry to throw Mr. Nickel on the spot like that.
No, keep him on his toes. In case he's playing video games, he'll jump on now. Councillor Thompson.
I just saw several requests for a traffic light. Is that something we could have investigated, that people have a trouble get out on McLeod at Wilson, and they would like a light there. I think we've discussed that several times years before.
Yeah, we have. And in the past, the region did their traffic count, and they didn't feel at that time it
This
was
is going
more.
to increase the traffic there, so, and getting out, so maybe it's something we could ask them to investigate again.
Okay, and so we can, maybe, I don't know, what's the best way, Mr. Clerk, to, do we make this part of the motion or something separate to ask them to look into that? Okay. The mover and the seconder, okay with adding that we asked the region to, okay? So they're good with that? So we're going to ask the region to also investigate and do the metrics for putting in another traffic light. Okay? So let's call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell, hard to see. It looks like you're in the dark.
One moment, please.
Very
Thank you.
spooky. Okay, he's muted. All right. So we're going to move along. Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's Halloween.
Oh, it sure is. And you look spooky.
Okay, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 4-story, 16-unit apartment building at 2853 Dorchester Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 25th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to give us another brief explanation of the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm going to attempt to share my screen.
You're getting good at this.
Yeah. So the property in question is on the east side of Dorchester Road, immediately north of Casey Street. There's a picture of the existing single detached dwelling, which is currently on this property. As well, you can see there are single detached dwellings to the, at least to the south. There are detached dwelling to the north as well. So the, as I mentioned, to the north, south, and east are single detached dwellings. To the west are townhouses, and to the kind of northwest is the hydro corridor. There is as well a small apartment building on Casey Street. So it's an area where it's predominantly single family, but there are multifamily townhouses and apartment buildings as well. The property in question is proposing, it's kind of faint, but there's a red box on your screen which represents the 4-story condominium building which is proposed for the site with 16 apartment units, and has a lot area of 0.13 hectares, which is about 0.32 acres, so a little more than a quarter of an acre. This is the elevational drawings of the property. So the property, the wall facing the parking lot and facing towards the north is the elevation at the top, and the elevation on the south side is on the bottom of this slide. The property is designated residential under the official plan. The official plan has policies that permit densities up to 75 units per hectare in buildings as high as 4 stories. Developments are to be designed with a street presence. The property is currently zoned R1C, that would permit a detached dwelling, and the applicant has requested an R5A zone, which is one of our zones which permits apartment buildings. We did have an open house in July of this year. There was the question about the proposal being 14.5 meters high. It was clarified that there is a rooftop feature for elevator, mechanical penthouses, as well as heating and air conditioning elements. All of those are allowed under the current zoning bylaw. We reviewed the property relative to provincial policies, and we did find that the proposal is consistent with the regional, provincial growth plan. Looking at the regional policy plan, it is in a built-up area. It's within the urban boundary, and the development of apartment building aligns with the regional policies. Looking at our own official plan, as I mentioned, the proposal would allow densities, or the official plan would allow densities up to 75 units per hectare. This particular project has a density of 55 units per hectare. While the official plan would allow 4 stories, staff is recommending that the building be limited to 3 stories and 10 meters. The reason for that is the R1C zone on the adjacent properties would allow dwellings to have a height of 10 meters. So we're thinking that all the buildings should remain at 10 meters. The property is quite small to provide the necessary setbacks. The R5A zone would require a 1/2 the building height. So the south lot or south setback is 5.5 meters. So at 10 meters, that would be a perfect fit. And a reduction in the building height would help mitigate any overshadowing impacts that might be experienced. And we are recommending that there be a 3-meter wide landscape strip provided between the parking lot and Dorchester Road. This could be accomplished by narrowing the parking spaces. We're recommending that because, as I pointed out, the adjacent properties are single detached, and so it would maintain the appearance of a front lawn, the same as on the adjacent properties. Looking at the zoning bylaw, they're requesting 16 units, whereas the R5A zone would permit 14 units, so it's an increase of 2. The parking for 22 cars is sufficient to accommodate the 16 units. The proposal was for a height of 14.5 meters. We're recommending limiting that to 10 meters, as I stated, and that's consistent with the south side yard of 5.5 meters, and as well could accommodate the balcony projection from the adjacent property. So again, this slide shows the location. So the 5.5 meters side yard on the south side, location of the balconies. We've already addressed the height, and the difference in lot area is to allow 2 additional units. So we have concluded that the proposal does conform with the provincial policies, with the regional policies. The proposal conforms with the city's official plan. The building height, if reduced as recommended, would be compatible with the adjacent zoning, and the requested R5A zone permits an apartment building, and with the recommendations, it would ensure that it would remain compatible with the surrounding properties. Therefore, staff is recommending that council approve the R5A zone to permit a 16-unit apartment building and limit the height of the building to 3 stories and 10 meters, and to provide those additional landscape strips that I outlined earlier. So those are the highlights of the proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. That was terrific. Any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, we do have one resident, Mr. Clark Wincott, who has registered to speak.
Okay, that's great. Mr. Wincott, are you there?
We are here. Thank you very much for taking the time for this.
Okay, that's great. You've welcome to the meeting. You've got the floor.
Okay, so just one comment here about that last. It's compatible with surrounding properties. I don't quite understand that comment, Mr. Herlovich. There's one multi-level building, as you said, on Casey, and it's completely comparing apples to oranges. I mean, Casey versus Dorchester, you have a very busy street versus a dead street. If you look at this multi-level building on Casey, the length of it is designed parallel to the street, i.e. putting most of the privacy concerns to the front of the street and to the back. And in the back is a parking lot, which overlooks a school, not residential houses. In the proposed plan here, the parking is 10 feet from my bedroom. So it's completely at the side of the house. The plan on Dorchester Road has the building perpendicular, putting most of the privacy concerns to the residents to the left and to the right of the building, or the north and the south. And simple, way more space on the one on Casey. So those are my huge concerns. I just don't understand that sentence about the compatibility with the surrounding properties. And Mr. Herlovich, we've been emailing back and forth. And as I said, I do appreciate your responses. I just have a very big disagreement on this with you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Herlovich, did you have any further comment? He's muted. You're muted, Mr. Herlovich. Okay, if you can hear me.
I had to stop sharing the screen so I could find the mute button.
Okay.
So I guess my comment with respect to the compatibility had to do with the fact that the R1C zone allows a 10-meter tall building, and that's why staff was recommending that this building be limited to 10 meters in height, so that the height is the same as that permitted. I certainly recognize what the speaker is saying, that the parking is running in an east-west direction with a green buffer strip adjacent to his property, but that he's basically saying that the parking is quite close to his bedroom window.
Thank you for that.
I have a question.
Okay, yeah, all right. Mr. Wincott, did you have any other questions or comments besides that?
No, I think that's mainly it. But as I said, I've spent a lot of money on my house in the last 3 years. We decided this is going to be the house we're going to stay in. So we've invested $30,000 in the last 3 years. And quite honestly, we spent a lot of time in our backyard, and the design of this property that just completely overlooks my backyard and quite frankly, looks directly into my bedroom as well. Got my anxiety a little high, I'll be honest with you.
No, I can appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments as well.
That's it for me, though. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question to that, to him? Yeah.
No, to
Mr. Herlovich?
Herlovich.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Herlovich, hopefully you got your mute off. We've got Councillor Thompson. It's all yours.
Yeah. I know this area very well. I don't think I've seen an apartment proposal with actually three single-family homes. They want to tear the one down in the middle and put an apartment. I think that, have you ever seen that before?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I can't say that I've seen them tear a single house down and put a apartment building between two other singles, but we do have some situations where there are apartments located between two single detached dwellings.
Yeah, this is, I think, really overboard for the people in those two houses. And I think that I'll hear what the other people have to say, but I don't have any excitement about this development. And I think it's really taking the privacy and the enjoyment of their homes away from two people on each side. If they moved up the street, there's a a larger area that's vacant, that would at least been a better site to consider. Anyway, we'll deal with it.
Thank you for that. We've got Councillor Dabrowski.
Alex, through the mayor. Mr. Hurlovich, did the developer seek input from the property owner that was just online on the site plan?
I'm not aware of whether he did or didn't. I suppose that's a question you can put to him.
I thought maybe you would have known working with the developer, but that's definitely something I'll ask when they're online. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, sorry, were there any other questions of council at this point? Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Okay, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Mr. Clerk, do we have someone?
Just before we move on to that, Mr. Rogley has informed me that the resident does have their hand up.
Oh.
May want to speak one more time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wincott, are you there? You just have to unmute.
I absolutely was not contacted by anybody from the building department or anything like that. No conversation was had with anybody about the property.
Mr. Councillor Dabrowski?
No, thanks for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Wincott. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have someone here to speak to the project?
Yes, representing the applicant, we have Mark Spadafora. Also, Hank Nada is also available as the agent as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Mr. Spadafora, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Welcome to the meeting. The floor is yours.
Is Hank be speaking on my behalf?
Okay.
Hank is our representative.
Okay.
From Nada.
His last name again? Hank Nada. Nada. Okay, Mr. Nada, are you there?
Unfortunately, because his Zoom software is out of date, you need to update his Zoom software.
Okay, so we do have a little technical glitch. Mr. Spadafora and Mr. Nada, our IT person has told us that your Zoom is out of date. What you're going to have to do is close out of the meeting, quickly update it, and then Zoom back into the meeting so you can join the meeting.
Both of us, or
Just Hank.
okay?
So you're fine, Mr. Spadafora, you're fine. So, Mr. Nada, if you could do that, please. Pardon me? Okay, good. He's already out. Okay, so it looks like he's on it. Okay, that's great. This is the time we need the Jeopardy music, right? While we're waiting for this. Maybe while we're waiting, I'll ask Kevin Jack. He's our partner that runs WeStream to zoom in. I just want to point out and acknowledge Sean Oatley from our IT department, also known as IS. So I'm hoping that on the WeStream, Kevin, you've got Sean, because I've asked him to zoom in on you. So smile, show those chiclets, Mr. Oatley. But were you able to do, are you going to do that? Oh, I see. All right, so watch this, folks. For everybody at home, we're just gonna, with the magic of technology and cameras, and a guy who's stuck in his seat, who can't move, in the corner, and all the senior staff are laughing on the screen, including the CAO. I just want you to know, Sean. Sean has been outstanding. We've had a lot of problems and challenges, from our iPads to our links to you name it. If there's a problem, we've had it. We're not exactly the most technical bunch. I don't speak for all of us, but some of us are not. And I just want to highlight Sean's great efforts at keeping us up and running, rebooting things, upgrading things, making this whole thing work. And I'm going to tell you, it is not easy to run one of these meetings because there's so many moving parts that if we didn't have, in addition to our regular people that we need here, of course our clerk and everyone else that makes this happen, without our IT person, we would not be able to have these Zoom meetings. We would not be able to have the public engaged in a meaningful way. And do me a favor, councillors, would you help me thank Mr. Oatley for a great job here that he's been doing? All right. Yeah, Mr. Oatley, anything you wanted to add?
Unfortunately, there's no microphone here.
No microphone, okay. Even I can tell you, all the senior staff are getting a real charge out of it, so they all appreciate the hard work that you do. Okay, looks like we've got them. Okay, good. So, Mr. Nada, you are in the meeting. If you want to unmute your microphone, we'll be ready for you to present. Okay, you're still muted. I think you double-clicked it. There you go.
How about that?
You're great.
Are we good?
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this evening, Mr. Mayor as well. I'm Hank Nada, owner of Nada Home Designs, and I'm representing Frank and Mark Spadafora as their agent for this project. The question, I guess, what you're going to ask me next would be if I have any comments or anything related to the plans report for this development, correct?
Yeah, well, anything that you want to share with us in this regard. Maybe you heard from Mr. Wincott, the one neighbor. He had some questions and concerns. I guess he had not been in touch with you, but if there's anything in addition to our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, that he shared with us, if there's anything you want to pitch to Council to sell them on the merits of the proposal.
Yes, thank you. The uniqueness of this project and this development, when it was first presented to me, was the fact that we have this frontage of this property in an area that is very much where we're allowed to develop this condo building for where it's got more depth than it has more frontage. And that was really appealing to me in the fact that, because usually there is a lot of concerns with neighborhoods and with communities when a new development building is being constructed, how its impact is going to be on the adjoining properties. And so here this was presented to me for this project where, we have a unique, wonderful opportunity that we're able to actually provide this kind of housing, which is so badly needed, as recognized by the policies established within the provincial policies, as well as regional policies, and as well as the official policies of Niagara and Niagara Falls, where we can obtain such density in units without having such a strong visual impact on the street itself. So that was the first unique challenge that I was presented to and saw an opportunity with. Then the other challenges that I was immediately concerned with then was parking, and yet we've been able to take this piece of property and provide the calculated required parking spaces for this 4-story condo building as well. And incidentally, in the planner's report from the City of Niagara Falls, it makes reference to a 4-story apartment. I just want to make sure very clear that this is not going to be an apartment building, that these are actually condo units. Just make record of that as well. So in terms of the impact, let's say, onto the adjoining properties, I do agree. There will be an impact. As a matter of fact, there will be an impact if it was 2 stories or 3 stories or 4 stories. I want that to be made known as well. There always will be that kind of impact, and definitely the impact will be greater if the new development that's being put up against adjoining properties is one where it increases in height and the number of stories as well. But that impact will still always be there. The biggest thing would happen with this whole process, and when our company was working on the design for the condo building that's 4 stories, and for the fact that this unique piece of property was the fact of it being where I kept going back to the policies. I kept going back to the provincial policies, the regional policies, and I kept looking at it in terms of the official plan. The official plan allows up to 4 stories. And so when we started to look at the densities allowable, our biggest concern was obviously was the impact. But the question is this an impact that's going to affect just in terms of adjoining properties, or what is the overall impact going to be in the overall community in the neighborhood? And when I go back to provincial policies in terms of how it complies to that, and how the regional policies are complied, and then the official plan even allows 4 stories, that's where I go back to my client and say, you know what, we should look at this and we should address it this way. In terms of setbacks and side yards, yes, we're making this request as well for council to consider our application as it's presented. But, you know, and also in the planner's recommendation report, the increase of landscape strips along Dorchester, 3 meters and 2 meters along the north side, we definitely can revise our site plan to make that compliance. But we definitely are asking council to seriously consider our application with it being 4 stories as a condo building.
Any questions of council for Mr. Nada? Okay, looks, Councillor Dabrowski?
I had stepped away from the chambers for a bit, but was the lack of communication with the homeowner to the north side of the proposed development, was that discussed?
Well, why don't, Mr. Nada, did you want to just address
With the site plan.
Councillor Dabrowski, if you met with the neighbor, Mr. Wincott, regarding discussions around site plan or otherwise, or if you, what your plans are?
We never discussed with any neighbors anything that was discussed in terms of our intentions and our request for this rezoning for this particular property. And it's not out of lack of respect for anyone for that matter. It's just that we know that the procedure that's done through the City of Niagara Falls or any municipality's planning department where all neighbors are notified, you know, it's something where whether it was 3 stories or 4 stories or 2 stories or 30 feet, the fact is we were proceeding to go ahead with this. If it was something where the application for that side yard setbacks was going to be 5 feet, 6 feet, or 7 feet, like we normally do in other developments that we get involved with, then, you know, we may have addressed the neighbors for it. But in this kind of situation, because we're going for a rezoning, it's what kind of conversation would I have? In all honesty, you know, I mean, if it was like we do have it where we'll go for rezonings where we do want to go closer to the property yard and residential stuff, and let the neighbors that, you know, we deeply do want to make sure that their concerns are addressed. But, you know, we are looking at a 4-story condo building. And in that sense, it's just the application itself for as we have it presented to let it stand. But that's not being disrespectful or hiding anything from anyone, because we know that they would have been notified through the process with the planning department anyhow.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dabrowski?
Yeah, the challenge for me is that there was only one homeowner really affected by this whole development. A lot of times, from what I've seen over the past 2 years, the development proposals that come into the City of Niagara Falls affect more than one resident. Sometimes it affects a whole neighborhood. We only have one resident here being affected, maybe 2. I'm a little bit shocked to hear that a little more care wasn't taken into trying to have a face-to-face meeting. And I know that's difficult through the times that we're living with right now, but I just figured there would have been a little more effort in terms of outreach to these residents who've lived here since 2004, and now all of a sudden have 2 homes being potentially torn down, and whether it be a 2-story, and you've alluded to 4-story, 3-story, 2-story, I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue for me here is that we have 1 or 2 homes that are being affected, and we treated it, or you had treated it from a communication standpoint. Pardon me?
5 letters from the people.
5 letters, yeah. Even to that fact, I think a lot of times communication from the city comes from a mass rate just to hit as many homes as we can to make sure that out of 80 to 100 people that we potentially might be affecting, they're all notified. So again, I'm just a bit shocked to hear that outreach didn't happen with the residents involved, and that they weren't involved in the site plan. And Mr. Herlovich could speak more to this, but I don't think it's unheard of that in the past we've discussed with residents having some input on site plans for future developments that are approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have, well, and we can make that part of the motion, that the neighbors be included in the site plan so that they will be involved. Do we have any other questions or comments of council?
I can make a comment just quickly on like the neighbors' involvement. We never went to them because we figured if they had an
I'm sorry,
issue,
who's
we would
speaking?
have heard them
Who?
at the neighborhood meeting.
Okay, I'm sorry, we, just because we don't see you, Mr. Spatafora, so did you want to just repeat? Because we didn't know who was talking.
No, I said we figured that if the neighbor had an issue, we would have heard from him at the neighborhood meeting.
Yeah, it gets to that point. It's neither here nor there. I just want to make sure that we give the resident an opportunity to have some sort of input, and the mayor just alluded to it. Maybe it's part of a motion that's tabled. We can include that they have some sort of input with the site plan. Just as, again, they're one of the few people that are being affected by this proposed development, and I would like to see them participating in the process in some manner.
Okay. If there's no further questions of council for Mr. Nada or Mr. Spatafora. Oh, the resident. Okay. Mr. Wincott, did you have another question or comment?
Yes, please. Just I wanted to say on the record, the house actually directly to the south, the Martins are actually watching this as well. They just didn't register for the Zoom meeting, so they are sending me texts back and forth here. So that was one thing. Your concern about your thought that any concern should have been raised at the open house is probably a valid one. Other than we didn't find out about the open house until the day before. We had one piece of mail. We didn't get anything. There was no sign posted, no nothing at all. I had somebody walking past my house, walking their dog, asking me if I was going to participate, and that's how I found out about it. So, I understand what you're saying, and I can appreciate what you're saying, but it's not like there was a million different things sent out or a certified mail to say, hey, here's some important stuff going on. Quite honestly, it was very sneaky. That's it. And I'm not making any accusations or anything, but if this neighbor doesn't walk by with the dog, I don't even know about this until perhaps I get a second letter. We noticed immediately when you posted the sign on the property on October 6th, but there was no sign posted before that. And I believe you're talking, I think it was a July 27th meeting or something like that, but weren't even aware of it. So maybe a sign posted on the property would have made more residents aware of that. Thank you. That's all I had to add.
So maybe a question, Mr. Hurlovich, is that not part of the process? Sign on the property?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it's a requirement as part of the public meeting.
Pardon me?
Yeah, it's a requirement for the public meeting, which is the meeting that's tonight, which Mr. Wincott spoke to, said the sign went up on October the 6th.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Looking for a motion. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I'll deny the motion.
Motion by Councillor Thompson to deny. Do we have a seconder? I'll ask a second time. Do we have a seconder to the motion? Okay. Councillor Kerrio?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kerrio to deny the proposal. So we'll call the vote. Yes, Councillor
Once
Dabrowski.
we deny the proposal, that's...
Well, they've got a positive recommendation, so then I guess they would appeal it to LPAT.
I was hoping we could at least involve the residents. I wasn't totally against the development, but hoping that we can at least include them in the site plan. So
They would be involved in LPAT.
I wouldn't want to delay the process any further if we can get the ball rolling and have the residents involved in the site plan.
But there won't be a
Your
site. So, yeah, who's speaking? Councillor Campbell?
Yes, let's just assume that this motion goes forward. Then the developer can go to LPAT and represent the former design 4 stories. Am I correct?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, staff is recommending 4 stories, so yes, that's what they, or I mean, 3 stories, but the application was for 4 stories. So that's correct. They could appeal the 4-story building to LPAT.
And based on my experience on council, what's the percentage that LPAT votes in favor of the developer?
Mr. Hilovich?
Probably.
Well,
It's probably
LPAT hears from experts and makes a decision based on what they hear.
May I be able to raise my hand? How do I raise my hand or
Yeah.
ask a question?
No. Just put your hand up. I'll get to you. But right now we've got a question going back and forth. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Campbell, I would say the majority of times the LPAT does approve the applications when staff has recommended them, but it's not because of staff. I was subpoenaed to a LPAT hearing where council turned down the application about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It wasn't because I wanted to go there. It was because I was subpoenaed to go there, and the developer had his own planner. So I spoke to our planning report, but all the evidence came from the developer's planner. So typically that's what happens, is the developer brings a planner on site to defend his position, and LPAT generally listens to the planners and makes a decision.
it's not 100%, but it's probably above 95%.
Probably.
And if we vote against this proposal as you have presented it, they're going to go to LPAT and they're going to get the 4 stories.
Well, you know, that's supposition.
Yes or no?
Point, but it's possible.
It's probably likely. That's all I'm saying. So we need to be very careful in terms of the motions that we make and the motions that we second, and think about what's going to happen in the long term. That's all I needed to say.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess the only thing I was going to say is we seem to be finding ourselves in this spot more and more, where, you know, the provincial policies or the growth plan really gets pushed down to the municipalities, and we end up having to adopt density policies that really our own residents don't agree with. So we seem to be caught in the middle, in the sense that our staff are obligated to have a recommendation that conforms to the city's official plan that was pushed down on us from the province, but yet our residents really don't want this type of density. And I think, I mean, Councillor Campbell's point is important, because every time that we don't agree with staff, we end up having to cost the city money and go out and hire our own planners to fight an application at LPAT. And like Councillor Campbell noted, our success rate in doing that is extremely low. So sometimes we feel like we're caught between a rock and a hard place, Your Worship. And it's not a great place to be. I mean, we would rather that, you know, that planning is done so that everyone can kind of accept what's there. And I guess when it's done initially, then people buy into the situation, in the sense that no one has lived there previously and there really aren't any major changes made. But it's these infilling situations that really cause us a lot of problems. So, I mean, I don't really know what the answer is, Your Worship, but there's obviously good arguments being made on both sides.
No, you're right, because we turn them down and then they go to the LPAT and then they get approved. So I know it's like we're in this hamster wheel kind of a situation, but I understand exactly what you're saying. Councillor Dabrowski? Well, they're there. Or the resident, did you say? Well, the resident, did they ask to speak? Or, no. You have a question for the resident?
Yeah.
Okay.
For Clark, if the developer had reached out to you and kind of discussed the site plan with you, and maybe some workarounds with some of your concerns, like where the parking lot's situated. Would that, what's that? Would that have helped?
Are you unmuted? Yeah. You know what? I'm not sure. It would have been a good start. The privacy is a huge issue. The fact that it's perpendicular to the road and it forces all the eyes in my backyard, and don't even get me started about my teenage daughter being there or anything like that. But it's certainly, it looks like the developer has left trees at the back of the property that the parking lot could go to. So I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, but in the current state, absolutely have no desire to approve anything. Not that it's on me or anything like that, but it certainly would have been a great start.
Yeah, the challenge for us, and you probably heard the talk back and forth, is if we do deny this proposal, it has a good chance to get approved down the road provincially. So I'm just wondering if, I don't want to delay the process any further, but if we deferred the motion.
I believe my stand is, whether it's 3 levels or 4 levels, I'll be selling my house and moving. So,
which we would have done a long time ago.
so I'm not sure. It makes a huge difference to me, shall I say?
I hear what you're saying. I'm just trying to work with you to see if we can find
Sorry, go ahead.
a compromise. But okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and then, was there something you wanted to add, Mr. Nada? You had your hand up. Now, normally we don't allow this. The public meeting is closed, so if you just want to have a brief last comment.
I'll be very quick. Thank you very much. I'd just like to again stress and point out the fact that how the provincial policies and regional policies and the official plan are all three of these policies are calling for intensification of urban areas. And like council members have stated, this is happening right now. And, in our cities, in Ontario, and I just like to point out the fact that even under the official plan, you allow up to 75 units per hectare, and ours is only 55 units. So, the intensification that's there, every time when I was working through this whole project on myself and going through being very much mindful of the provincial policies, it meets every one of them. So that's the overall policy plans in which it complies, and that's why we're making this application as we presented it. But it also, if approved, we still then have to go through site plan control. And that's where we can address more of the more local neighboring issues as well, in terms of addressing some of those concerns in terms of the landscaping, the buffer zones, the setbacks, fencing, plantings, and things like that. So there's still that zoning process, that site plan control that has to be done and get approved as well. So I just wish the councillors to bear that in mind. Those two key things where we complied all three policies, and we still have to go through site plan control with this development if approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I first read the proposal, I did drive by the property, and my first opinion was, no, I don't think it fits there. It's not compatible. But we keep on hearing about the provincial official plan and us filling in. I'm wondering if, after hearing all of this discussion, if the motion could be removed and we put a motion forward to approve 3 stories as recommended by our staff and to include the residents in the site plan. Then if that was approved, it wouldn't go to LPAT.
Well, we can ask the mover.
Because this is very, very difficult that we're given policies that we're supposed to go by. I don't believe it fits there, but we are given policies, so that's my opinion on that.
Well, we've got the mover and the seconder. I mean, obviously, if this motion does not pass, you're welcome to put that on the floor. But we could at least get comment from Councillor Thompson. Did you want to comment on the suggestion?
Well, the only, I can't believe that the provincial government would have intensification by tearing a single family home and 2 houses next door. I don't think that works. And I know the people here very well. They're very strongly against this issue.
Okay, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't think, by listening to everyone's comments and the provincial plan and even the neighbor, I really feel bad for him. But nonetheless, he said whether it's a 3 or 4 story, he's going to sell his house. And if we turn it down, it's going to go to LPAT and it's going to get overturned. So we're really stuck. And you know, there's not a lot of, obviously not a lot of land in Niagara Falls anymore for these developments to go to. So a lot of developers are stuck to where they're supposed to go. Unfortunately, it's going to affect this neighbor, but I don't see if we turn this down, it's going to be getting overturned by LPAT anyways. And you know, the difference between a 3-story and a 4-story doesn't make a difference to this neighbor.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our staff did recommend the 3-story, if I'm not mistaken, about the shadowing. Was that the reason, Mr. Hurlovich? I'm sorry. And the 10 meters?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yeah. To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Coco. We did use the word overshadowing. I didn't mean in terms of shadowing the property with a, you know, from the sun, but just being larger than the adjacent buildings. So in that respect, so that's why we were recommending a lower height so that the mass of the building would be reduced compared to the houses next door.
Okay, thank you. I would support the staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no further comments, okay, we'll call the vote. There's a vote for denial of the proposal moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Kerrio. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? 5. Okay, so the denial fails. So we look for another motion. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would recommend that we approve the staff's report at 3 stories, but I would also like to add that the site plan include the residents to address all of the issues that they have.
Okay, we got a motion by Councillor Coco, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Do we have any comments from council? Councillor Campbell, you had your hand up? Or were you just seconding? Okay.
I was seconding. That's okay.
Okay. Do we have any other questions of council? Yep, Councillor.
Is the recommendation for 3-story or 4-story? And 3. It's 3-story. 3.
Yep, 3 stories. The proposal's for 4, the recommendation's for 3. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski, you can speak.
So just to Councillor Strange's point, in a friendly amendment, the resident didn't seem to mind if it was 3-story or 4-story. I would just hate, again, for this to go to LPAT, delaying the process even further. I think we tried to work with the resident, but it didn't seem like any suggestions we had were being taken.
Yeah.
So
no,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, in this case now, typically, I think what Mr. Hurlovich was saying, typically, most of the time, staff recommendations are what prevail because they're based on good planning principles. So that the staff's recommendation is 3. So 4 may. Yeah, well, we can ask them in a second. Sure. I'll tell you what, we'll ask right after Councillor Coco's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are more residents that are concerned about the development. I understand Mr. and Mrs. Wincott's concerns, but there are other residents on the other side. We've had some phone calls and emails from residents across the street as well. So I'm thinking of more residents, not just that one.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch those emails or phone calls, so my apologies. But whether it's 1 resident or 50 residents, I treat everybody the same, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so did we, I don't know if we wanted to, well, we'll just make the motion. We didn't need to ask.
The motion was on the floor.
Yeah, right. I mean, we'll call the motion. So we got a motion by Councillor Coco, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the recommendation of staff to build a 3-story 16-unit apartment building and to involve the residents in the site planning process. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
We were going to ask the developer if they were okay with 3-story.
We can ask them. I don't know how much it'll impact your vote, but Mr. Nada, did you want to weigh in on that motion versus the last one? You're muted. Oh, there you go.
It's yeah. Again, I mean, it's going with planning's recommendation for 3 stories. Again, in concern of the impact for adjoining properties. I'll be honest. I mean, I understand that, and I agree with that impact. But when I run the calculations and I'm looking at one story that's a reduction of 10 feet, from 4 stories to 3 stories, and then if you take the roof structure with that as well, so maybe it's a reduction of 12 feet. That impact is still going to be there, and I see that, and I understand that. But then I look again at the official policies. Your official plan allows for 4 stories, and I understand where that's coming from as well. We have many clients that are coming to us all over Niagara, where they're increasing intensifications everywhere. Approvals for legal basement apartments, secondary suites, duplexes and the triplexes, quadplexes. It's happening all over your city right now. And so in that, I'm asking you to look at the bigger picture of the overall plan in all of this, in this approval. In terms of the provincial policies, which requires to locate a minimum 40% of all new residential developments occurring annually within the delineated built-up area. We comply. This property complies in all of that. That's a very strong point that I make with this whole application. Having a motion going forward to include the neighbors in the site plan control, we welcome their input, but just to have that loosely worded within this motion, I beg council to have that more properly worded, where there's an understanding, or how's that to be structured? How are they going to be given input? How's staff, planning staff, building department staff going to welcome their input, and how's that going to be put upon us to be supported? Because we have this application with a full site plan, which in this recommendation from planning is asking to increase landscape and buffer zones. So again, if you're we welcome the neighbors' input, absolutely. Bring up, add fencing, work out the landscaping, all that stuff as well. But again, if that's the motion that's going to be approved, should you please make the wording a little bit more better structured so that it is understood by all parties in terms of how the neighbors' input is going to be implemented. Is it going to be a general meeting, open house meeting one more time for that as well? But that's why LPAT is there, has that provision for us with developers as well. Land is not cheap. Land is very expensive, and it's getting more and more expensive every day here in Niagara. It's hard to find open land. The fact that even the municipal works has come back and said this is going to have no adverse effect on the existing infrastructure for sewage or water. Transportation came back, no objections. So, this development here, there's going to be more coming like this, and I like the official plan, I like the provincial plan, and I like the regional policies because of what they're addressing as our communities as a whole, as society, as citizens within Ontario even.
Okay, so listen, you know what, Mark, Hank, all we're looking for basically is, like, I hear you, I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So maybe, Mr. Councillor Pietrangelo, you had a question
Your Worship,
about the site plan, or?
Well, just in regards to the site plan, Your Worship, perhaps we can have Mr. Hurlovich address the question. Typically speaking, if a neighbor asks to be part of the site plan, they're always allowed to give their input. At the end of, at the end of that day, though, it's Mr. Hurlovich's job to say what goes in and what stays out of the site plan. But perhaps he can comment on that further, Your Worship.
That'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Hurlovich, would you please weigh in on the site plan process and exactly how it works?
Yes, so your worship, if council directs that the residents be involved, we invite the immediate neighbors to in the past, in normal conditions.
Guys, we got a meeting going on up here, please.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Okay, go ahead. Please continue, Mr. Hurlovich.
So normally we would have a face-to-face meeting in Committee Room 2 at City Hall, and would sit around looking at the drawings that the developer is presenting, and discuss the height of fences, the nature of the fence itself, whether it's board and board, board and batten. We have an 8-foot height limit, although typically 6 feet is what we see between apartment buildings, whether they're condo or otherwise, and adjacent single detached dwellings. But certainly, it usually involves some taller planting materials and so on, so that perhaps something with a large canopy that might grow up higher than the fence. Those are things that we look at, so that all of those things are negotiated. It doesn't sound like drainage is an issue in this particular case, and in fact, it would be fairly easy to direct all of the surface drainage to the parking lot and ultimately just to storm sewers. So all of those aspects would be looked at, and then we would put it into the site plan. But they have to be reasonable things. Someone can't say, I'd like a 40-foot tree planted, because that really is not going to happen. And at the end of the day, the only person who could appeal the site plan if they're unhappy would be the developer. That's the way the Planning Act is written. So if we were to put something in the site plan agreement that he didn't agree with, he would appeal that, and that would go to LPAT as well, and the decision would be made on the design at LPAT. So it's a negotiated process, typically sitting around a table with some voicing the concerns to see whether we can change things through landscaping and fencing. That's typically it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, so appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. So, Council, if you don't have any further questions, we're going to call the vote. So we've got a motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that we move the staff recommendation of 3 stories and include the neighbors in the site plan process. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Opposed? We have, okay, so that's approved. So that is our decision. So thank you, Mr. Nada, Mr. Spatafor. Appreciate you being on the call. And Mr. Wincott. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 7.3, and I'd ask our clerk once again to please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the conversion of the 2 ground floor commercial units in 5 residential units. And 5 residential units at 4751 Morrison Street. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Monday, September 28th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now I'll ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an existing building in the city of Niagara Falls. It's on the south side of Morrison Street. There's a slightly dated photograph. The building has been painted dark charcoal in recent past. So the property itself is outlined in blue. Immediately to the west is the parking lot and the former Canadian Tire that's now the Community Health Building. To the north is a small apartment building that was built a couple of years ago. As well, there are commercial properties to the north, residential uses to the east and to the south, and the library is further to the south. The building is, as I say, is an existing structure. There's a driveway that heads north, and there are 8 parking spaces at the rear of the property, and so they would be looking for a modification to the amount of parking. They would be required typically to have 15 parking spaces to serve the building. There are 6 existing apartment units on the 2nd floor, and they're proposing to convert the ground floor into 5 apartment buildings. They would keep the same general commercial zoning on the site, but add the use of an apartment building onto the property. So basically that's everything I just said in the background. The parking would be reduced from a ratio of 1.4 to 7 spaces per dwelling unit. I'll speak to that in a minute. We did hold an open house in August. No one attended. Again, we reviewed this with respect to provincial policy statement and the growth plan. And again, the intensification of our residential lands are promoted, and this would also optimize transit because it is on 2 transit routes. Converting of the ground floor would allow for additional range and mix of housing options in the neighborhood. The growth plan does direct development to built-up areas, and as we noted, there are a number of community facilities that are in walking distance to this property, as well as being served by transit, and it would assist in meeting our intensification target. We did find that the proposal does comply with the regional policy plan. It does comply with the Niagara Falls official plan. This is a mixed use area in the transit station secondary plan. It does permit a development to have a net density of 50 units per hectare. That's the minimum. This development actually has a density of 157 units per hectare. It's largely because of the small size of the lot, but it does meet the intent because there is no upper limit on density in this area. The applicant's requesting that an apartment dwelling be permitted as a use in the GC zone, which we're supporting. The parking requirement is currently 1.4 spaces for this for multi-unit buildings in the city. That would require 15 spaces. As I said, they have 8 spaces. We are supporting that because the property is on a transit route and a number of commercial uses and service commercial uses are available within walking distance. As well, the developer did provide a parking demand analysis that was reviewed by our transportation staff and supported because of the residents who are anticipated to live here. Few of them are expected to have cars, and certainly it was found that the overnight parking would be satisfactory for the 11 units in the building. So we did conclude that the proposal does conform with the provincial and regional policies. It conforms with the city's official plan. The subject lands are within walking distance of a number of uses I outlined, and that there is sufficient parking to accommodate the 11 residential units. So staff is recommending the proposed change to the GC zone to allow a apartment building on the property, which would allow them the conversion of the ground floor to 5 residential units, creating a total of 11, and that prior to the passage of the amending bylaw, that there be an encroachment agreement. There's a gas meter at the front of that building. I should have pointed that out, as well as the steps, and there's a sign which all encroach onto the city's road allowance. So there would be a licensing agreement that would be necessary to cover those elements. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Mr. Hurlovich. Oh, am I on?
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry. Mr. Hurlovich, in this whole discussion of those 5 units, it sounds like they're going to be affordable housing. People aren't going to be able to buy cars or have cars. What guarantee do we have that those units are affordable housing and they do appeal to those people who can afford to have a car and take advantage of transportation?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes. So, Mr. Mayor, we don't have an agreement with the with Niagara Regional Housing that they would be taking people from their list, so they're not affordable in terms of that kind of affordable project. but they are small footprints within this building. The door actually on the far east side of the building would be the entrance. There would be a corridor along the west side, and all of the units, so you can appreciate the length of this is divided into 5 units. And by and large, the bedrooms are at the along the long wall of this building, and they're fairly small units themselves, so they're probably not going to appeal to people with multiple cars, nor are they going to appeal to to families in any particular way. So it and I think just in terms of the location of the building relative to what's going on, that the building will appeal to those without cars, and so I think it's largely based on that.
Well, I think the operative word there is think.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first got married, I would have appreciated moving into something like that, and I did have a car.
Uh-huh.
And so what are we going to do when it becomes a parking problem on the street or with the health unit?
Mr. Elovich?
Well, yeah.
Are they going to put in the agreement that you could move in here without a car?
Well, I didn't always own a car, and
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about people moving in there. Will there be a stipulation that they can't move in if they have a car?
No, there will not be.
Well, then how are we gonna, what are we gonna do to deal with that in the future?
Well, they did a traffic demand report or parking demand report, which said 8 spaces was sufficient. If you feel that there should be something else in there, I do not think that, I think it would be a human rights violation to stipulate what people can and cannot do, whether they can own a car or not own a car.
Well, I think it would be better off if there was some kind of stipulation in there that this is geared towards affordable housing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't have that control either, but maybe the developer can speak to that.
Okay, maybe they can. Thank you.
Yep, these would be good questions to ask the developer. Thanks for that, Councillor Campbell. Any other questions of City Council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to speak to the parking thought. Usually that's the first thing that I think about, is that there's never enough parking. So I do agree with Councillor Campbell. I'm wondering, a lot of times in leases you see that it's the apartment plus 1 parking space. It's in the lease as the 1 parking space. You're not saying you don't get a parking space, but the lease will give you a parking space if that's what you're leasing. So I'm wondering if maybe that could be thought about when we talk to the developer.
Yep, okay, well, hang on to that question. That's a great question for the developer. They'll be coming up soon enough. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone?
No, there was no one from the public that registered to speak. We do have Joseph Reda as the applicant.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, we will now hear from Joseph Reda. Are you there, Joseph? Yep. Can you hear me, Joseph? You okay? It's turned on. Hello, Joseph, we cannot hear you.
It's just that they may not have tested their system before,
Okay.
so it's possible that they're having an issue with their microphone, but
Great, great. We hear you fine. So welcome to the meeting, Joseph. So the floor is yours.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I'm Yusuf. I'm a investor from Ontario originally. I'm a physician in Manitoba right now, so I couldn't come there obviously for COVID reasons. But yeah, thank you, Alex, for presenting that very professionally. Yeah, we've owned this property for 2 years now, and the only types of tenants that we do get are usually low to mid-income, and currently, like, I think there's only one tenant out of the 6 that are living there that have a car. And as Alex was pointing, you know, the new GO station is about 10 minutes away, and there's a lot of local public parking spots. So, I mean, anytime we do advertise these units, everybody that we get are generally low to mid-income, and they generally do not drive. Some of them don't even have cell phones, to be honest. So that's sort of my side view of that part of the affordable situation that you're discussing.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anything else you want to add about the parking?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, in terms of the encroachment part, yeah, we did remove the sign, and we are working on an encroachment agreement for the steps and the gas meter with Alexa Cooper from the city. And in terms of the parking, I mean, right, as I was saying, like with the 6 units we have right now, we've been there for 2 years now. We've only had one person with a car, and that's really it.
Okay. So do we have any questions of council for Mr. Retta?
I'm prepared to make a motion. We can continue to make this complicated, but I'm prepared
Okay,
to move on.
we have one question, then we'll move on. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. A quick question. Is the redevelopment of this property going to cause other people not to be able to live there and force them to move out? Is there any guarantee that their rent will not increase for a year's period of time, 2 years period of time? I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, that's a good question. So the units upstairs on the second floor, we actually, when we took it over, it was in way worse condition. So we've renovated some of the units upstairs, and bringing the new types of tenants in, the rents haven't really changed. The rents are sitting anywhere between $1,100 and $1,200 a month. So that's pretty affordable in this area. So like the units downstairs, which is the one we're proposing to do, will probably be around the same rate. We're not asking for like, $1,500 a month. These are going to be affordable rates of around $1,100, $1,200 a month. And as Alex was pointing out, the units are like micro apartments. They're like micro units. So even if we did advertise for $1,500, nobody's going to, stay in these types of units for $1,500 with that size. It just won't happen.
Does that include utilities?
The 1,100 includes utilities, yeah. It's all inclusive, it's all inclusive
Okay.
type of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So any questions of council for Mr. Retta? Seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Kerrio, moved by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we move the recommendation. You're in support, Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, it's just you never look over this way.
No, I know, it's hard.
Whether I'm there at council or not.
Now you're part of the Brady Bunch, it's even harder. Okay, so we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So congratulations, Mr. Retta, and thank you. Okay. Okay, moving along. I will now ask our city clerk to introduce the last planning matter that we have tonight that's on the agenda.
It should be short.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit additional parking for the commercial plaza at 7067 Kaler Road, 7107 Kaler Road, and Block 126 of Plan 59M 271. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 25th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in the site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now I'll ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The application is for the Pinewood Plaza, which is at the northwest corner of McLeod Road and Kaler Road. The properties to the west and to the north are detached dwellings. To the south is a commercial plaza. The property in question is 7067 Kaler Road. And the property right now, it's a residential lot, but it's being used informally for parking. The owners of the plaza wish to add this lot to the plaza itself to provide for surplus parking. So they meet the required parking requirements in front of the plaza building, but they're looking to add surplus parking, which would serve more the employees in the commercial plaza. As well, we're proposing that we would be recognizing the height of the building. This plaza went through a variance process and got permission for that height. And the credit union facility, the financial institution on the one end, has a floor area that's larger than would be normally permitted by the commercial zone. So we're going to recognize that. That was done by Committee of Adjustment, but we're wrapping that all up into one bylaw. So for administrative ease, all of those elements would be in the one bylaw. It would be an increase in the landscaped open space as well to 20%. So that lot that I identified, that's an informal parking lot now, is zoned R1E. They would be extending the exact same NC neighborhood commercial zone to the property. Again, this is the property in question. You can see the gravel surface. There's actually a catch basin on the site. We did hold a public meeting, or an open house rather, in September. No one was present other than the developer and city representatives. Again, the proposal does comply with the growth plan for the area, and that the proposed amendment does not affect the provision of housing within the city. The property is designated residential. Neighborhood commercial uses are permitted within the residential designation. The current plaza provides neighborhood commercial uses, and the parking lot will be used in conjunction with that plaza. So again, we were changing from R1E to an NC, and it's the existing 469, which would incorporate all of those. As well, then we'd be looking at increasing the open space along the property, which would maintain the landscape strip along Kaler Road, and we'd be looking to improve the landscaping along the residential properties to the north and west. And as I said, we're incorporating the two previous minor variances for ease of administration. The site plan on the property would need an amendment, and that would allow us to address site drainage, grading, landscaping, and lighting control. And as well, we would need a deeming bylaw to allow the lot where the plaza is. There's a easement for block 126 for municipal services that run between Kaler Road and the subdivision to the west, and then the merging of lot 97 with the balance of that property. So a deeming bylaw would come back at the same time as the zoning bylaw. So we did find that this proposal does conform with provincial and regional plans. It complies with the city's official plan, would provide additional parking for the plaza, and the overall landscaping requirement on the entirety of the site will increase. So we are recommending that council approve the zoning amendment to change these lands to NC 469 to allow for the additional parking and to pass the deeming bylaw when the zoning bylaw comes back. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone to speak?
Through your worship, no, we don't have any members of the public registered. We do have Matt Kernahan representing the agent.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Kernahan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. That's great. Welcome to the meeting.
Thanks very much, and welcome. My name is Matt Kernahan. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Planning and Engineering, and I'm the agent for Pinewood Homes, and I've made the application for rezoning on their behalf. Being that this application is relatively straightforward, I don't have too much to add beyond what staff presented, so I'll spare you a lengthy presentation on the application this evening. There are a few points I would like to make from the applicant's perspective, just for your consideration. As you're probably familiar with this plaza, it houses a variety of uses, including a takeout and eat-in restaurant, martial arts academy, a bank, and some other personal service uses. With this variety of uses, there's sometimes higher than normal demands for parking at certain times. And in the past, some of the patrons of the plaza have experienced difficulty finding a place to park during busy times. The purpose of this application before you this evening is simply to permit a small expansion to the existing parking area at the commercial plaza to alleviate some of the pressure on the parking area during these busy times. The approval of the application will permit my client as the landlord to provide their tenants with some additional parking that will improve the experience of the user at their facility. The application before you is uncontested. No members of the public have provided any input, and no one attended the information meeting that was held approximately a month ago. All agency and staff comments have thus far been positive. The application, as the director mentioned, meets applicable provincial, regional, and city policies, and in my view represents good land use planning and will improve the functionality of the site for the residents who use it. I've had the opportunity to review the planning report prepared by staff and can confirm that my client and I are both in total agreement with it. I respectfully request that council pass the requested amendment to the zoning of the property in accordance with staff's recommendation so we can move forward with the project to improve the customer experience at this location. And that summarizes my submissions to you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Mr. Kernahan. Any questions of council for Mr. Kernahan?
What was it?
Councillor Campbell. You're muted.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay. All right. The public meeting with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Okay, moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion to the motion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Kernahan.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, super here. Moving along to reports. Item 8.1 is the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee and Anti-Racism Committee. I've got Councillor Campbell and Councillor Lococo. Councillor Campbell.
Your worship, I'd like to put my name forward for the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you for that. And we received your email as well. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much to the staff for putting this all together. I think it's a great step forward, and I would like to put my name forward for the Anti-Racism Committee.
Okay, so what? Okay.
I'll move those two if you want.
Well, I think he made a motion. Did Councillor Campbell make a motion? What was the?
I didn't make a motion, but I would support Councillor Lococo for that position as well.
Okay, so.
I can't move a motion.
Okay, I thought I heard you say motion. Okay. Is anybody else on council interested? One for each, I believe, right?
Mr. Mayor, it did say one for each, but any council member can attend.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, council makes can set the parameters any way that we want. So if you're comfortable with one each, and we've got a recommendation that Councillor Campbell and Councillor Coco, did you want to make that motion, Councillor? Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. If we have any comments or discussion, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Item 8 point. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Item 8.2, deeming bylaw application for 6472 Irwin Crescent. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. Yes? You're sorry. That we approve the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Now, item 8.3, I had a discussion with Mr. Nicol earlier today about pulling this report right now. Mr. Nicol, did you just want to quickly weigh in on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So after the preparation of this report, staff have gone and done a little bit more homework to inventory and do a condition assessment and get some costs. So we'd like the opportunity to review that in a bit further detail and revise some of the items in the report.
Okay, moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Thompson that we defer. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you, Mr. Nicol. Item 8.4, cannabis operations for the consideration of council. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, this was never intended to be an action item. It was really just for information. And there's even, and I would just move, that council receive it. But there is a resolution, I think, later on our agenda from a municipality. And, Your Worship, it doesn't matter to me whether someone has a medical license or a medical prescription. But I think the resolution talks about just a little bit better alignment, because this report really is a result of municipal staff, like in bylaw enforcement really, being called to go out and investigate. And I think it would be a lot easier for the municipality if they knew where these licenses were. And that's really what the resolution that's later on in our agenda speaks to. It's just kind of an alignment of information so that our municipal staff don't have to go and investigate something that they already know exists and that we really have no control over. So that's really what it was. It was more for an information. I mean, I'm not sure who thought that it was going to be an action report, but I would move receive and file.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to receive and file, second by Councillor Coco.
I had a comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going back to the 10.3 that Councillor Pietrangelo was just talking about. When I read it, and I'm looking for it, it talked about that it should be considered farming activity, recommend support. So farming activity is agricultural, and I think that that was opposite to what some of the councillors were talking about before, that we not put cannabis in agricultural places, that we looked possibly industrial. So when I read that, it was opposite to what we were looking at. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay. So when you say that all, you mean you want to ask fellow councillors?
I just want people to make sure that they're looking at it the way I read it, because it's talking about supporting cannabis as agricultural farming activity. So I just want to make sure that I was reading it right and that other people understood that.
And you're talking about the report?
No, the one that's at 10.3.
Okay, well, we're going to get there.
I just wanted to bring it up because Councillor Pietrangelo did bring it up.
Okay, I see.
I just want to make sure that people understand that that is talking about farming activity, which is agricultural, and it's going against some of the discussions that we've already had. I just want to put it out there.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have a seconder for receiving this report?
Second.
Okay, Councillor Dabrowski, that we second. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Apologize, my screen's just locked. Oh, here we go. Senior Advisory Committee. Okay, we've got a recommendation. Council received the report. Moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange. There's no discussion. All those in favor? Approved. Thank you for that.
Your Worship?
Yes, Councillor Campbell.
Is Ewald, 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 prepared to do a speech on this or talk about it? I would hate to neglect him if he is online to speak.
Is he on the call, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for bringing that up. I do have that in my notes that the Seniors Advisory Committee Vice Chair, Ewald, I won't even attempt to pronounce his last name. I don't want to butcher that.
Kuzera?
But he is standing by and able to speak to the report.
Okay, Mr. Kuzera, are you there?
Unmute? Yes. Yes, I'm here. Yes, Your Worship. It's Kuchera, Ewald Kuchera.
Oh, Kuchera,
And,
okay.
yes,
Did you want to speak?
If I may, I'd just like to.
Go ahead.
If I may, I'd just like to summarize for you the discussion that we had at committee. There was some back and forth as to whether we should wait with a more fulsome report on a number of items that were raised by seniors in a survey that was done in the early part of this year with regard to issues that they might have that would be of benefit to be considered by council in respect of those things that could be considered maybe deficient or lacking in so far as they would assist in their day-to-day lives. So one of the areas that was covered was the transportation issues, of which that was the majority of the comments that we had received. In the survey that was completed, there were 442 responses, which would represent about 20 out of the 20,000 or so seniors in the city of Niagara Falls, maybe just over 2%, would be represented in that survey. But with that, and although it wasn't in depth, we found that there were some common threads or themes through the discussion that was provided by those that were surveyed. Some of those surveys were done in person and some were done online. So I'll just summarize those deficiencies that relate to transportation. And then hopefully with the approval of council, this would go forward for further consideration. The first being the alternatives available to seniors. For example, when they no longer drive or have access to a personal vehicle, which is limited by either affordability and or accessibility. And included in these modes of transportation would be walking, cycling, transit, and rail. The second, transit route coverage of the city within the urban boundaries, and that would also include walking distance to stops, the frequency of service on the routes, and the connectivity between the major activity centers within the city. Third, transportation infrastructure such as bike lanes, trails, and city sidewalks that are in need of construction or expansion, repair, or maintenance for year-round use. Fourthly, the pricing of transit fares and charges for parking, especially for fixed or low-income seniors. Fifth, intercity bus and rail services and the coordination with local transit schedules. Sixth, the strategic placement of bus shelters and park benches. And seven, pedestrian safety, especially as this relates to the operation of traffic control signals and the enforcement of the Highway Traffic Act. So there is a lot of information that's found in the raw survey material, and that is also available for staff to review and determine what may be relevant in each of these areas. But I think this pretty well summarizes that one aspect of the survey that seemed to be top of the list. There are three others, and the committee will be looking at those areas over the coming months. That's all I have to say, unless there's questions I can ask.
That's great. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Kuchera? Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
Not a question, but Ewald, thank you for the presentation. And the Seniors Advocacy Committee or group has only been in existence for about a year and a half. and they're hard at work. They're still meeting through Zoom, and the survey was well received. I believe the report said over 400 respondents. So just kudos to Ewald and Councillor Campbell. He might be able to chime in as well, and Kathy and her staff and Hania down at the Coronation Center. But it's a great committee, and I look forward to working with that committee over the next couple of years and seeing what we can execute. But kudos to everybody on the committee for working full steam ahead.
Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
I can only reconfirm those comments. I think this committee is looking to move the senior citizens' needs in our community forward, and I'm really proud to be on the committee.
As they should be.
Being a senior citizen.
All right, thank you, Council. So did we call the vote yet?
Yes.
We did? We have a motion. I don't know if we call, well, why don't we just in case, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimously received. Thank you to Councillors Campbell and Dabrowski, and thank you to Mr. Kujera, the Vice Chair from the Seniors Advisory Committee. Appreciate your update and your input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Council, we are now at the consent agenda. Okay, I've got something a motion by Councillor Kerrio to move the consent agenda, second by Councillor Strange. Before we do, you want to lift something, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull two of them, TS 2020-31, the Morrison Street Report, and PBD 2020-41, the vacant lot condominiums.
Okay, and PBD
2020-41
20
for the vacant lot condominiums, and TS 2020-31.
Yep.
For
Okay.
2020-31 for Morrison Street, I was speaking with Mr. Nickel. I know that there's a lot of concerns about the traffic at Dorchester and Morrison Street, and this report really covers it well and tells the public what we're doing. So I did speak with Mr. Nickel, and he said he'd be more than happy to give us a small update about what's being done there.
Yeah, I see the construction's been going away for the last week. Mr. Nickel, you want to talk about the traffic lights that you're putting in on Morrison?
Yes, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm pleased to inform Council that the region has proceeded with their tender award and construction has begun for the new traffic signals at the Zayres Canadian Tire and the other plaza on the north side of Morrison. The work is underway for completion date, I would say middle of November. So this report provides some of the administrative details and financial arrangements that need to be made. This traffic signal is coming at no cost to the residents. It's a development charge funded project because it supports the development growth in that area of the city. So we're looking forward to having that operational and hopefully improving some of the safety concerns that we've been observing over the past few months.
That's great. Thank you for that, Mr. Nickel. And Councillor Coco, you wanted to talk to PBD 2041, the vacant land condominium on Portage?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have an issue with the report, but what I was thinking is it's a very long, detailed report, and there is some significant changes. In the future, I would like to see that on the regular agenda, not on the consent agenda.
Okay. Do we have any feedback from Mr. Hurlovich or the clerk or Mr. Todd on that one, how that one's on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, it's Alex speaking. So it wouldn't have been a public meeting in any event, so I wouldn't have done a presentation. So whether it was on the regular agenda or the consent agenda, it would be up to the councillor to ask any questions and I could respond to that. But basically, they're looking to increase the number of dwelling units on the property from 96 to 113, which is in compliance with minor variance granted for the property, and it complies with the official plan.
Okay, thank you for that.
Already approved.
Pardon me? It's already approved, yeah. Okay, did you have any other ones, Councillor?
No, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted that one put on the regular agenda, just for transparency, that people see it and that it's not just on the consent agenda. I didn't have any issues with it. I know it falls within what we're doing and that it was already approved. I just felt it would.
So you're suggesting as a report rather than as a consent
Correct.
agenda?
Yep.
Okay, so we can take that suggestion to staff. Appreciate that. Any other items to be lifted? Okay, then we'll call the vote for all the consent agenda items. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Moving to, yes, Mr. Clerk?
If I could just suggest that we do ratification of in camera next, just because one of those items does affect the communications.
Okay, looking for a motion to ratify the in-camera. Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay.
Abstain.
Abstain from Councillor.
I wasn't there.
Yep.
I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Councillor Campbell wasn't there, and I know Councillor Coco had a conflict as well.
Depending on what comes up, I might have a conflict, so I'm not sure what the action is.
So before you call the vote on that, I'll just read off the
Yes.
ratification, and then if the councillor chooses, she could declare a conflict. So in-camera session held earlier this afternoon, there was direction that to staff, the direction be given to staff regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege with respect to the steel rail development, and that further that direction be given to staff to place the legal opinion received from Tom Holinsky of Airden Bearless regarding Niagara This Week article from September 3rd, 2020 on tonight's open agenda. So the reason we bring that up now is the councillors may need to, if you haven't done so already, just refresh your agenda, and it is the last item listed on communications there this evening. So I just thought it was appropriate to mention that now before we move on to communications.
Thank you for that. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will declare a conflict on that portion of it from
Okay.
the in-camera, but the other three items are fine.
Okay, sounds good. On the fourth part, the conflict by Councillor Lococo. So did I call the vote? I'm sorry, I can't remember. I don't think we did, because you had to speak to it, right? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Are you
Abstain.
I know, abstain, you're right.
Have to-
Thank you for that. Okay, item 10.1, Seniors Advisory Committee. We have a vacancy, and there's a recommendation here that we appoint Joe Sabo, Linda Winston, and Phyllis Wells-Gill to the Seniors Advisory Committee.
Move the report.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 10.2, Niagara Falls Public Library vacancy request. I have a request that Mr. Dinesh Parak join the board for the remainder of the term. Moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 10.3, resolution from the Township of Asphodel, Norwood regarding cannabis production. Got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is where I was talking about. It's the first whereas, and it says, Ontario Federation of Agriculture has adopted the position that licensed cannabis production for medical and/or recreational uses per purposes should be considered a farming activity. So I just wanted to bring that up so we're all looking at the same thing.
Okay. So there's a recommendation that council support the resolution, but of course it's up to council if we want to.
We just received and filed.
Okay.
Yeah, receive and file.
Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we receive and file. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Item 10.4, resolution from the town of Fort Erie. Town of Fort Erie at its meeting passed a request asking Ontario government to investigate the level of on-site licensed nursing care in the private sector retirement homes. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Item 10.5, correspondence from Minister responsible for anti-racism, Councillor Lococo.
I'd like to move that we forward that to the Anti-Racism Committee. There's a lot of good information in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Campbell, that 10.5 be forwarded to the Anti-Racism Committee. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you, unanimously. Item 10.6, letter from the Niagara Falls Canada Hotel Association. I know we have a conflict from Councillor Kerrio on that, right? Yep, okay.
Refer this to staff.
Okay, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we refer this to staff. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous with one conflict. Item 10.7, letter from former members of council plus additional related correspondence. Councillor Kerrio.
Please, Your Worship, I would just like to take the opportunity, to thank the letter was submitted by 4 well-respected taxpayers who just happen to be women and happen to be former councillors. So I would like to thank them for their input. Who better than to chime in on the discussion about what we were talking about on the article would be 4 women who served our city very well for many, many, many years. And it gives another perspective, Your Worship. That's all it does. It gives another perspective. Everyone's entitled to their position, Councillor Iannoni, but these ladies are also entitled to their opinions as well. And I just would like to thank them for taking the time and the effort and subjecting themselves to the criticism that they have taken from whoever. It's unfortunate that they can't just put their opinion out there without being criticized, but I'd like to thank them anyway.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the relevancy, really, of their comments, only because, the newspaper article talked about from the time that, which goes back like 20 years. And so, if we're going back 20 years, then it would seem very obvious that really the people who would have had firsthand knowledge or firsthand experience would have been the people that were here. And, Your Worship, to have not just a couple, but to have 4 of them actually come forward and tell the story from their side, in my opinion, their story is very relevant because they were here. It's not just what happens in council, Your Worship. I know that's what people see, but we also have a lot of interaction in committee, at public functions, through correspondence, especially through email and telephone calls. So, Your Worship, their opinions are relevant and they're significant. So I want to thank them as well.
Appreciate that. The recommendation is for information to council. So did we want to make a motion to receive? Okay. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we receive and file the letters. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 10.8, Rankin Construction Road Closure Request. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Kerrio, that we grant the council's approval. Councillor oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, good, you got that one, Ishan. Good. We just want to make sure they're not getting frisky. I don't know. I hear some voices.
All I can see is the top of his head. Wow, that's...
Yeah, he didn't realize his mic was on.
Hey, you're on camera, you know that.
He's turning red. Oh, wow. Okay. Modern technology. Don't worry, Sean Oatley has your back. He muted you out, Wayne, before anything was embarrassing. Okay, I'm sorry, where are we here? Did we vote on the Rankin one? No.
Yep.
We did? All those in favor for the Rankin closure? Okay, look at that. Councillor Campbell just voted. He just wants us to move on. Okay, item 10.9, Downtown BIA slate of officer update. That council appoint Pregnish Seja to the Downtown BIA board. Motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Conflict by Councillor Lococo, and otherwise it's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 10.10, Fallsview BIA contribution agreement to the Scotiabank Convention Center.
Your Worship, I'm going to declare a conflict on this too. I didn't really read that one the way it is. I'm going to declare a conflict on this one.
Okay, conflict by Councillor Kerrio. And do we have... So is this, are we suggesting this gets referred to staff? I don't see a recommendation here.
It's a long
Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Clark, what's your thoughts on it? What would you like us to do on this?
So I wrote the recommendation.
Wow,
It's that's why it's so long. They're just asking if they can they can modify their agreement from 2007, which they had agreed to fund 15 million over 15 years at 1 million a year. They've asked to delete one of the $1 million payments for 2020, and this convention center has agreed. The city facilitated the agreement. It's between the city and Fallsview BIA. So they just need us to amend it. But in terms of the city doesn't receive the money, it's the convention center. So since their boards agreed, they're just requesting that council formalize it.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Thompson?
Yes, this has been debated over about 2 months period from the BIA, from the convention center, and they've all agreed because of the pandemic and the situation we're in now. And the convention center, I think, is going to be okay regardless. They've really managed things properly. Thank you.
Okay, so did you want to make the motion?
Yes, I'll make it.
Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we support the request. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 10.11 is the proclamation request from the downtown BIA that the tree in front of City Hall, that there be a lighting ceremony, celebration of lights for the Niagara Health Foundation. Councillor, motion by Councillor, or did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll speak to it quickly.
Okay, Councillor Dabrowski.
I've been on the downtown board for a couple of months, and I just want to congratulate Amanda McDonald, who's new to the downtown board, but she's done a phenomenal job with the promenade on Queen Street, the closing of a block or two, but they've facilitated a Halloween celebration this weekend. I'm not sure if you mentioned it in your mayor's report.
I don't think I did.
Either way, they're hosting an outdoor event throughout the weekend, Halloween weekend. But this is a great idea that's come out
What's
of
it called? Halloween weekend?
Well, it's your Halloween weekend.
Okay.
It's Coin Halloween. I believe it's called Nightmare on Queen.
Okay.
You can visit the Queen Street BA's Facebook page for more information. But either way, an actual official tree in Niagara Falls is something I think we've been missing for a lot of years. The Winter Festival of Lights has done a phenomenal job, of course.
Yeah.
I know that we actually light the tree out in front of City Hall, but if you look at Boston, Toronto, New York, Rome, you look all across North America, you look all across Europe, there are official Christmas trees in those famous cities, and we're a famous city without an official Christmas tree. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and hopefully in years to come it will be a Christmas tree that people will visit just for the sake of visiting a Christmas tree in the most famous city in North America or the world. So the world's largest Christmas tree. It's interesting, if you Google the most famous Christmas trees in the world, it's not just about the biggest. Sometimes it's the most LED bulbs, sometimes they're the tiniest Christmas trees. So I look forward to seeing what the creative members of the downtown BIA come up with. But either way, kudos to Amanda and her group, but they're doing a phenomenal job. So I just wanted to make mention of that.
No, agreed. And 2 years ago, I have to point out, we partnered with the Festival of Lights to really light that tree up. And I hope everyone's had a chance to see it the last 2 years. Oh my gosh, when you drive downtown, people stop to get pictures and selfies by that tree. It looks so spectacular. Oh, we had to update the lights. They were the old kind, and the bulbs are always missing. And wow, amazing. Okay. Yeah, oh, Charlie Brown, for sure. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, yep, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Yes.
Sorry, I have the conflict.
Oh, with the conflict for Councillor Lococo. Thank you for that. Item 10.12 is a proclamation request from the Boys and Girls Club. Moved by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, that the week of November 8th through 13th, 2020 be the Boys and Girls Club week in Niagara Falls as they celebrate their 60th anniversary. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Resolutions. We have...
The one addition that I spoke about?
Yes? Yes.
10:13.
You know why? I think I got to update my... you should refresh your agenda, Council. That's hitting that little wheel. Go.
I have that, but what are we...
Because 10, what was the item?
1013, the Niagara League article, the letter of opinion from Council Winston.
Oh, there it is. So do you guys know how to refresh? You hit that little wheel. Okay. Yeah, Febreze, yeah. Okay, Niagara This Week article, there's a legal opinion from Airden Barreless. Yep, motion to receive. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, I'm sorry, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Conflict by Councillor Coco, otherwise it's unanimous. Thank you for that. Then we've got, I'm sorry, resolution. We've got a couple of resolutions, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, the first one is just in regards to the zoning amendment.
What, Michael?
Sorry, for the zoning amendment, the first resolution. Just looking for a mover and a seconder there.
Motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the first resolution. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And then we have another one, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, the resolution next dealing with the municipal operating funding phase 2. I believe that we discussed this previously at council, and it was mentioned that this resolution would be forthcoming.
Okay, looking for a motion. Motion by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Strange. Oh, now, late to the game, Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, approved. And then now we've got item 13.1, notice of motion from Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell, did you want to speak to it? Yeah, the floor is yours. You're muted.
Over the last several months, I've come in contact with a young man from out of Welland, Pelham, Stephen Seuss. I think you might recognize his name. He came to me with this idea, and in light of what's happening with COVID, I think it's important that we have this motion come before council next council meeting and refer to all the other councils in our community as well as the region to declare this area a tragedy, a area that needs to be looked at. We need help, not only here, but right across the province. I don't know if Mr. Seuss is online or on phone.
No, he's
I
not.
don't know if he could. Okay. It's just that I would like to see this happen, and it'll come forward again.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Mr. Mayor, do you need a second for that? Because I'll second it if that's what you need.
Yeah, because
Thank you.
he's coming. This, Mr. Clerk, procedurally. So this is coming at the next meeting.
Yeah, it's a part of the procedural bylaw that's not very often used, but I appreciate Councillor Campbell's way of bringing this forward. It's just to give a heads up, so to speak, to council that this is coming forward. It's not open to debate tonight, but it will appear on the next agenda for council's consideration.
Okay, so yeah, and you're right, because the actual procedural bylaw for the city, you're supposed to make notice of motions and deal with it the next meeting.
Yes.
We haven't been following our own procedural bylaw. We just make motions on the fly during new business. But thank you for that, for following the procedural bylaw, Councillor Campbell. Okay, so we are into bylaws now, Mr. Clerk. Oh, yes, Councillor Lococo.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a question about 108. What does it mean about a highway on 4th Avenue? I don't know what that means.
Mr. Clerk, who would be able to answer that? 108? Mr. Nickel, are you able to address that one? Bylaw 2020-108?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have knowledge of this bylaw. I know that to lay out and establish a road, you need to declare it a public highway. So I'm assuming this is what it's referring to. And there's a reference plan that describes the land being laid out. But I'm sorry, I don't have the details of the specific bylaw.
Okay, I don't know, Mr. Lustig.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Oh, yeah, yep, Mr. Todd.
Is it bylaw 108?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it was just with respect to some parts of Fourth Avenue that are acquired as part of the Gale Center. It's just finishing that up.
Okay, we're good. Thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo, looking for a motion to introduce the bylaws. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. New business, Councillor Pietrangelo, Lococo, Strange.
Your worship, our poppies?
Yes.
I was wondering, did you already mention it?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you perhaps like to thank Carol in public, and perhaps we can send her a letter of thanks? The poppies are absolutely beautiful. Your
They're
worship.
gorgeous.
Yeah, they're very nice. So it looks like, and I don't know that I should say her last name.
Yarmo.
Yeah. They're absolutely beautiful, your worship, and they're handmade. Very nice gesture on behalf of Carol. So
Beautiful. Are
perhaps
these
we can send
knitted
her a
or
letter of
crochet? What is this, knitting? Or?
When's the last time you knitted, your worship?
Well, it's been a little bit, you know,
Is it?
but I
Okay.
tried to pick it up during COVID, but, so.
Perhaps a letter of thanks, your worship, would
Great
be
idea.
appropriate from the mayor's office.
So a motion from Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that we send a letter of thanks to Carol Yarmo for making these beautiful poppies, knitted or crocheted poppies that we can wear proudly for this Remembrance Day. Thank you for that. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Is that it for tonight, Councillor? Wow. Well, I've got a couple more people. I've got Councillor Lococo and Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that there's a lot of residents and business owners that are having difficulty during COVID. The Niagara Region Musicians Association submitted a proposal a while ago, and Ms. Clark and her department has it. So I just wanted to bring it forward that we have received it, and they are going through it to figure out what the proposal could be. They're trying to mimic what Toronto did in their city to try to help out the hotels and the musicians. So I just wanted to let them know that we are looking at it, and it is in the finance department.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that, Councillor Lococo. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to, I was in touch with a couple members of the Main Street BIA, and they don't currently have a council rep. So I would like to take that position. I know there's a seat on there, so if that's, so I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Do we have any discussion to that? Yes, Councillor? No. Okay, so then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Great.
Secondly,
He's got more.
yeah, just initiative from one of our local residents, Patty Bauer. And she actually, the last meeting, she initiated to make flags up for Childhood Cancer Month and put them up next year. And she did it actually in St. Catharines this year. But she actually, in honor of her daughter, Miranda, who passed away of cancer and was a huge inspiration to a lot of locals in Niagara Falls for raising money for Sick Kids Hospital. So in Miranda's legacy, Patty has made these childhood cancer awareness masks where all proceeds goes to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto for research, for childhood cancer research. So I just wondering if anyone's interested. I put a post on Facebook, I don't know, probably about a week ago, and she sold out. She was driving them around and stuff like that. It was pretty crazy, and I think I gave you one there too as well.
Yeah, you did. Thank you for that.
I just want to if anyone is interested, they're $10. I bought 5 the other day. If anyone is interested, they could email Patty Bauer at her daughter's Miranda's Miracles Fund at gmail.com, and maybe we can put that on our website and our newsletter if anyone would like to. I think it's a great gift, and people are coming up with an initiative for different charities because they're going through a tough time right now because they can't hold events. So kudos to Patty. for making these masks up, and I've been getting requests from all over the place. She's been driving all over the place, so you can email transfer money, and she will get the mask delivered to you.
So did you want to make that a motion then, Councillor, that we can throw that on the website and help promote it then?
Motion, yeah.
So, and then maybe you can just send the clerk that information. Or
Okay,
did you
perfect.
get it, the website, or did you need it?
I got the email address.
Okay, great. So motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any other new business? Councillor Dabrowski? Oh, motion for adjournment, Councillor, or did you have something, Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I know in the winter time, we have a lot of people from the fire department going out and making sure that we can recognize where the fire hydrants are with just some thin poles and whatever periodically. I've seen that a lot in the past, but I was driving up from Niagara on the lake, and every fire hydrant had a little
reflective. I've seen
reflective green on it,
Yeah.
and you could see them when you were driving all the way up. Just to the chief, is that something that would be helpful for us to do?
Hey, Chief, did you want to weigh in on that one?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I'll pass it over to Mr. Nickel, because we've been talking about it, and he can give us a better update.
Yeah, and thank you, Chief. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we are moving forward on our reflective marker project. It was approved in our waterworks operating budgets, and that's a two-phase project that will continue through next year. We just finished our water model, and interesting tidbit of information that we actually color code our hydrants so we know how much flow can come out. So we wanted to make sure we knew what color we were going to make those before we ordered the reflectors. That's all done, so we should be rolling that out over the coming months.
Good, great.
Well done. Yeah, and those are terrific. You can see them so far away. Love them. Okay, motion for adjournment, Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your happy Halloween weekend. It'll be spooktacular.